in the process, and I was going to remind everybody to like wave at me so that I can see you, because sometimes I'm looking and I don't see the mics. Um, so first and foremost is calling the meeting to order and roll call, please.
Teresa Taylor.
Here.
David Miller.
Here.
Deborah Gallegos from Malia Cohen.
Here.
Michael DeToy.
Here.
Monica Erickson.
Here.
Troy Johnson.
Here.
Patrick Henning for Fiona Ma.
Excused.
Lisa Middleton.
Present.
Kevin Pauke. Ramon Rubalcaba. Yvonne Walker. Melissa Willett. Dr. Gail Willis.
Present.
All right. At this point, it looks like we have the action items, proposed decisions of administrative law judges, and I'm going to turn it over to David Miller, our Vice President.
I move to remand the proposed decision at action item A for the taking of additional evidence as argued by each party to the proceeding and adopt the proposed decisions at action items B and C with the minor modifications argued by staff. Also, I move to deny both petitions for reconsideration at actions items A and B.
Motion was made. Do I have a second?
Excuse me, which one is being remanded?
Read it again, please.
Okay, I remand the proposed decision at action item A. Yeah.
Okay. I need a second real quick. Come on, guys. Seconded by Mr. Palkey. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition or abstentions? All right, motion carries. Okay, and the next action item is board travel. And then give me a second because I need to pull up my thing because I think it's consent, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I will move that we approve the travel requests as required under the Board of Administration's travel policy that are before us.
All right.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. It was moved by Mr. Miller and seconded by Deborah Gallegos. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. And give me a second. Okay, with that, we are going to move into the stakeholder perception survey results. We are just moving along real fast. Yeah.
Traffic's gonna be tough today.
Is it?
Getting out of here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we're gonna, yeah.
I just-
Right. Oh, it's fine. All right, good morning, President Taylor and members of the board. Brad Pacheco, CalPERS team, and I'm joined here by Simone Parker, who leads our stakeholder relations team. We're pleased to be here to share the results of our stakeholder perception survey and touch briefly on the environment in which those perceptions were formed. So I think many of you have been exposed to this survey in the past, but it does serve as our annual benchmark on how key stakeholder groups view CalPERS in the area of customer service, management, communications, and overall reputation. So one important point to remember is that the perceptions of our stakeholders are shaped by both the direct experiences from CalPERS and by what they hear and read from outside sources. And this year's survey period, we believe, has been one of the more active communications environments that we've experienced in recent years, making these results particularly meaningful. Let's see. Is it? Oops, if you can go to the next slide. All right, thank you. So as in the past, we surveyed 5 groups representing our members and our partners. That included active members, retirees, stakeholder association representatives, employer operations teams. So these are the folks that are actually interacting with our customer service and health teams on a regular basis, and then employer leaders. And we continue to measure both the long-term trend questions that allow us to compare performance over time rather than relying on a single year's results. We also evaluated perceptions around ethics, transparency, communications, healthcare, and overall confidence in the retirement system. And this approach helps us distinguish between short-term reactions to current events and longer-term reputational trends. So before we discuss the results and I turn it over to Simone, I think it's important to understand what stakeholders were experiencing while completing the survey. Can you move to the next slide, please? There you go. Thank you. So the survey period was between February 24th and April 30th. And again, stakeholders were experiencing a high level of information about CalPERS or issues that shape the environment that we operated on. So we did have, as you know, a board election. There was some significant market volatility and economic uncertainty due to such factors as the Iran war. Continued public debate, or political debate, I should say, around the value of private equity, its transparency and disclosure. There were national discussions around ESG and diversity, equity, and inclusion. Rising healthcare costs, particularly in the pharmaceutical area. We did have external third parties that were questioning CalPERS' investment strategy and our governance. There was legislation that had a direct impact on CalPERS, in particular SB 1319, which would have required more disclosure around our private equity investments, and SB 1089, which would have required us to offer a GLP-1 through our health plan. And then generally speaking, and I think most of us are experiencing this, is increasing misinformation that is amplified through social media. However, this wasn't the only information that our stakeholders were receiving. During the same period, we ramped up our own communications through multiple channels, and hopefully you were able to observe some of this. We expanded our social media and video stories featuring our customer service teams, our investment team, the transparency that we have at CalPERS, the accomplishments over the last 10 years, and the important role of our board. We also shaped and secured a number of stories in multiple national media outlets around the success of our private equity portfolio, our improved funded status, and CalPERS' leadership in adopting the total portfolio approach. And all this is important because our regular mantra is if we don't tell our own story, others will. And so we told our story early and often. Next slide, please. So here you see the overall response rate was about 7.5%, broken down by stakeholder category. As in the past, retirees continue to be the most active participants in the survey. And if you could move to the next slide. So our response rate did grow as in past years, but what you'll see here is that we had to keep the survey open longer. We experienced a slower participation rate in past years and kept it open to achieve a statistically meaningful response. We did consult an expert in surveys and research, and what they confirmed is that lower response rates are becoming more common. and survey fatigue is growing as a growing challenge across industries. I think most of us do experience that. People that have interactions with their companies and their healthcare providers are often always asked to complete surveys or get feedback. So that's something that we're going to have to consider in the future if we continue to have low response rates. But that being said, we still received thousands of responses, and again, our most engaged audience was retirees. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Simone, and she'll get in some detail, and then I'll talk a little bit at the end here about some opportunities going forward.
Thanks, Brad. Next slide, please. All right. So the good news is the overall perception for CalPERS remains positive. 85.43% of respondents said yes to the 8 long-term trend survey questions. Similar to last year, questions 1 and 2 had the highest favorability score, indicating that stakeholders felt that CalPERS as a whole and our customer service is being managed well. Question 4 is the third highest at 86.52% of respondents felt that CalPERS is doing a good job keeping in touch with its members and keeping them informed. Now turning to the lower scored survey questions, although we saw a slight increase from 2025, question 6 remained the lowest rated long-term question at 80.67% of respondents answering yes, that retirement money is safe at CalPERS and it will be there for them when they retire, compared to 79.37 in 2025. The second lowest long-term question was question 8, and it had an 84.51% response to the answer as yes, that are you confident in the information that you receive at CalPERS? You can skip over slide 7 and go straight to 8 since I already provided the general perception rate. Thank you. So like I said, although our general perception rate has decreased this year slightly, as outlined on this slide, the general perception remains steady in the upper 80th percentile over the last 5 years. Next slide. So earlier my focus was on the overall perception. Now let's look deeper at the subset of the stakeholder groups that Brad talked about earlier. The next 3 slides will focus on members, employers, and our stakeholder representative partners. So for the members, the 8 long-term questions saw 6 decrease slightly. We saw an improvement on question 6 on the confidence that retirement money will be safe, and the status quo for question 7 regarding members being confident that they will receive quality service in the future. Regarding the employers, we saw a slight decrease for the 8 long-term questions, except for question 4. Is CalPERS doing a good job keeping in touch with its members and keeping them informed, which held at 84%. Now focusing on the stakeholder leaders, we saw significant improvement from last year with this group, specifically questions 4, 6, and 8, which all increased 21% from 2025. The 3 questions were about staying in touch with members and keeping them informed, along with confidence and retirement money being safe and questions answered. We also reached 100% rating on questions 2 and 5. CalPERS customer service is being managed well, and the satisfaction CalPERS provides them with and the services that they need. On slide 12, historically, we've just viewed the survey averages of the responses. In 2025, we started looking at the weighted average response, and those are outlined on slides 12 and 13. We can move to 14 now, please. So in analyzing the survey data, we found that those that answered yes to CalPERS as being managed well overall had a strong relationship to 8 survey questions and 1 of the survey statements. As outlined in blue, several of these items point to trust, transparency, and accountability as key factors that shape in our stakeholders' perception. Now let's look at the overall perception by employer type. There was a slight increase across all employer types compared to 2025. Schools remain to have the most favorable response across the long-term trend questions at 88.88%, answering yes. Public agencies had the least favorable response at 81.84% yes, and state members fell in the middle, averaging at 85.17%. So survey participants are given an opportunity to self-identify their professional level currently or when they retire. This slide shows that the 8 long-term questions senior management had the strongest sentiment, which increased from 2025 to 84.29%. Compared to last year, the remaining professional levels saw a small decrease. Survey participants are given an opportunity following each question to provide open-ended comments. We received 4,895 comments. We categorized the comment sentiment, and the top themes were customer service, investment political influence, and member employer outreach, communication, and system complexity. The comments in customer service category expressed frustration with inconsistent or unclear answers to both member and employer regarding customer service questions. We also received comments on professionalism and courteousness of staff members. That was the third most common question in that category. Regarding the investment and political influence, the comments expressed concerns with CalPERS investment in ESG, DEI, or worries about the fiduciary duty or the fund's performance. For the last category, employer member outreach, communication, and system complexities, comments focused on our efforts to aid members through classes, web portal information, or the emails that they received. They also expressed frustration in communication gaps and the usability and complexity of the CalPERS system. So what do we do with the information that we receive in these comments? CalPERS uses this to provide a better understanding of how we meet the stakeholders' needs. For example, we use it to develop topics for our perspective articles. We also use it for the agendas that we develop for our stakeholder meetings. The customer service branch is planning to use the disability retirement process will now be online for our employer partners, and they'll be able to submit their disability retirement or industrial disability retirement applications online and track it there as well. They're planning to utilize the My Expert system in some of their divisions to assist with standardized answers for employers and members. And they've already started to work on efforts to improve communication around working after retirement. They've developed a checklist to assist our employers. They held a webinar, and in addition, they developed a video for members and employers that outlines working after retirement rules, and both of those are housed on our website. So these comments are very valuable to us, and they help us to improve the programs and services that we provide our stakeholders. So now I'll pass it on to Brad to conclude the presentation.
All right, thanks, Simone. So stepping back, there are really 3 things that stand out. First, our stakeholder perceptions remain overwhelmingly positive. More than 85% of the responses across the key measures were favorable. And while we did see a modest lower response or results than last year, the decline in our view was relatively small given the volume of information that was surrounding public pensions during the period of time. And then finally, I think it's important to point out that direct experience with CalPERS continues to matter. The strongest scores remain tied to areas where stakeholders interacted directly with CalPERS, which is more evidence that our customer service teams are serving our members well. And the most encouraging takeaway is that our long-term reputation continues to be resilient. Next slide. So the survey does offer a roadmap for improvement, and several opportunities do emerge. I think first we need to continue to communicate more frequently and more consistently. The information environment is moving faster than ever, and we need to keep pace with that. We always want to stay ahead of the story instead of chasing it. We do have an opportunity to explain some of these terms in complex topics such as TPA or private debt or private equity in simpler ways for our members. And we need to continue to tailor communications to specific audiences. The information needs of an active member differ from those of a retiree or an employer. And we should continue to address misinformation directly, but not defensively. Our response simply isn't to rebut criticism, but it's to build more trust and transparency and proactive communication. I do want to touch on a little bit of our communication channels. We've been evaluating those over the past year. You may have seen that we largely exited X, or previously what was called Twitter, which has seen a dramatic fall off in engagement. We did launch a TikTok account to connect with our younger members. It's already been one of the most successful channels that we've launched. May not seem like a place for pension funds like CalPERS, but CalPERS is being talked about on the platform. And it's evolved to have a reputation that's beyond just teenagers. Millennials are now taking a larger space of users. And if you didn't know, nearly 40% of our active members fall into the Gen Z and millennial age ranges. So looking ahead for the fiscal year, we are evaluating the addition of a podcast to our channel lineup, and we have plans, of course, to modernize our website. Overall, the results suggest that our efforts are making a difference, and our goal is to continue to tell our story widely. I think our challenge now is to continue evolving those efforts while strengthening confidence in the areas where perceptions are most influenced by external narratives. So with that, Simone and I are happy to take any questions.
Great presentation. Podcast, really? Yay. Although I don't know that retirement stuff could be really interesting unless you put some drama behind it. I don't know.
Well, I think there's a number of ways that we
There
can cut this. There's a lot of thought leadership across the organization,
Yeah.
and we have access to a lot of experts. So there could be some interesting conversations both in the investment and the health space. But generally speaking, we could take a lot of the content that we have today in our videos
Oh, yeah.
and turn it into a podcast
That's true.
that members and employers could listen to if they wanted to. So it is something that we're looking at. There is interest across the organization. It's come up a number of times with team members
I get it, yeah.
that are also interested in it being interviewed and hosting the podcast. But it is something we're looking at.
Nice. So then my other question is, I appreciate that you left the survey open longer. I'm just disturbed by the fact we're still in single digits. And you guys send it out to members and employers, or just employers?
Go ahead.
So there's 5 categories that we send it to: active, retirees, operational employers, and leadership position employers. And then we have a handful of stakeholder, like associations that we work with.
Right.
And so we send it to them as well.
So I'm trying to figure out, are you sending it out via email or?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I don't ever remember getting it when I was at work.
So it's randomly, it's a
Okay.
subset of individuals. It's
Okay.
not the entire population. Otherwise, our participation score would be much, much lower.
Yes, I get it. I get what you're saying. I'm trying to figure out how we get our organizations more involved, so I'll just try to figure that out on my own. All right, go ahead, Monica.
All right, good morning, guys. Thank you so much for the presentation. Surveys to me are really important because obviously that helps us guide and direct where we go. In my role, I'm more than happy to see if we can partner and somehow that I can get even more information out through my connections for our active state employees. So I'm open to have discussions about that as well.
No, thank you. We appreciate that. We do work with our employer associations and some of our active associations to asked them to also promote the survey. But because it is random, it's a little difficult because some people may not receive it, but we ask them to promote it the best we can.
And then I will just share my experience when I first started with the state. Retirement was not the thing on my mind. It is on my mind now, and that's
Yeah.
kind of the message that we need to bolster to our younger generation.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think, Mary Lynn Valenga, who's our Chief of Public Affairs, she spent more than 2 decades in journalism, and she was the one that said, we need to be on TikTok, which, it's not something that you would think about, but it does reach a younger generation. And if you look at our facts at a glance online, we break out by age group our active population, and 40% of our active population is under 40 years of age. So it is a place for us to be, and we'll continue to look at other opportunities. I know some people might be familiar with Substack, which is a place that you can, opine and write different
Whatever
things,
you want.
columns, right? So that may be a place we can also use our own content and another channel to use.
That's awesome, yeah. I like the thinking out of the box. That's pretty good. Okay. I had Kevin next, and then I had Lisa.
Thank you. Looking at the key findings, obviously, I'm glad you shared the high scores as well as the low scores. When it comes to the low scores and the understanding if the security of the fund, but then also flipping forward and seeing the perception rate drop in 25, is there a correlation with possibly like job insecurities or social security issues and stuff like that that may have tied into that response?
There could be. Retirees are the larger subgroup of individuals that participate in the survey, but this is a collective of all of the 5 groups that I referenced. So it could lead into it, but there's also active individuals that would be participating in it, or people that were answering from the perspective of the employer that they represent.
Okay, thank you.
Lisa, go ahead.
Thank you. Brad, Simone, thank you. This was really good and encouraging. I particularly appreciated the comments that we need to meet people where they're at. And we know that varies by generation now. But when I'm speaking at retiree events, one of the comments I hear consistently is the need to see people in traditional media who are not adopters of all of the various new places that folks are going. And one area where we have some expertise that we hear constantly about is cybersecurity, financial security, and how to protect myself against attempts to evade. And I think there's some great opportunities for us in this area.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. I know that we made a commitment to get information out to our members about how they can protect themselves, and so we have partnered with Al. That was the result of some of the webinars that he talked about and that we've been doing. But you make an important point. While we are looking at ways to reach a younger generation, we can't forget all the other generations and where they're getting their information. And the survey itself is just one place that we receive feedback. We get it in a number of venues, whether it's our benefit education events. And then I know several of you, because we help with some of the talking points, go out to the association meetings and speak with our members, and we get feedback that way. So this survey is a snapshot in time, but collectively all these places are a good way for us to get feedback.
Thank you.
Seeing any more questions? So great presentation. We really appreciate it. I don't think the amount that we decreased was that bad. I think it was a really good, especially with the 200% at one point. Yeah, so I think it was really good. And thank you for the hard work to get those surveys out and to responses to the best of your ability. So
Very good. Thank you.
all right, thanks, guys. So next, we are going to talk about our strategic plan. It's the strategic plan development session. So we have a whole host of folks. So I'm not going to introduce them as they come up. I'm just going to give you their names. It's Doug Hoffner, CalPERS Chief Operating Officer Sabrina Hutchins, CalPERS Division Chief Strategy Projects and Data Analytics, Laura Carruthers, CalPERS Assistant Division Chief Strategy Projects and Data Analytics, Michelle Nix, CalPERS Chief Financial Officer, Stephen Gilmore, our Chief Investment Officer, Don Molds, our Chief Health Director, Health Policy and Benefits, Kim Malm. I don't think they can all fit up there, so they're waiting their turn. CalPERS Deputy Executive Officer, Customer Services and Support, Brad Pacheco, CalPERS Deputy Executive Officer, Communications and Stakeholder Relations, Michelle Tucker, CalPERS Chief Human Resources Officer, and Sherry Slate, CalPERS Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer. We are starting off with Doug, Sabrina, and Laura. So go, take it away.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, board members. Doug Hoffner, CalPERS team member. Thank you for setting the stage. We won't have the rest of them come up.
Oh, yeah.
Let's have the executive team sit where they're at. And when they get to that part of the presentation, we'll proceed from there. So I really wanted to start off with saying this has been a great process so far. We began in August of 25. We started with interviews of all the board members, getting collective feedback and input. We've surveyed stakeholders, leadership within the organization, team members, and today is the opportunity to provide that input back to you. We're not making final decisions today, but we are effectively seeking further input from all of you based upon what we've heard from yourselves individually, the organizations, the membership, and then the employees and the leadership at CalPERS. So with that, we will start to move through the deck. I'm really happy to see consistent feedback. I would suggest that this strategic plan, this will be my third one in my time at CalPERS, is fundamentally more of a slight revision. I don't see fundamental change per se based upon the inputs we've received, but we're going to start connecting the dots on how we move this organization forward. I think the last 3 days have really been part of that collaboration and collective thought process on the investments in healthcare, and we'll talk about customer service and the work we're doing on the stuff we heard from Al yesterday in closed session on cybersecurity, et cetera. So that's the opportunity to kind of propel the organization forward. Lots of discussion about AI the last couple of days. You're going to see things embedded throughout the organization in this presentation, and then we'll talk about the objectives, and have a little of an opportunity for all of you to participate with some technology, to survey you again today, and to get your thoughts and sort of tease out perspectives throughout this presentation. So with that, I think what I will do is hand it over to Sabrina. She's going to help facilitate the session today with Laura Carruthers to my right. Again, we're looking to get feedback, and then we'll have 2 more times at least between now and July of 27 when this plan goes into effect for further refinement from all of you. And so today it's teasing that out. We'll come back to you in the spring, and then a session for sort of the first reading of the plan and to move into the adoption in July of 2027. So with that, Sabrina Hutchins.
All right. Thank you, Doug. Appreciate that introduction. Happy to be here today. Good morning, everybody. Sabrina Hutchins, CalPERS team. And exactly where I want to start is really recapping that overall project planning approach and our timeline, which highlights and reinforces some of what Doug was saying, all the opportunities we have to engage with you all as our Board of Administration. So just this project in general is pretty comprehensive. CalPERS does facilitate a 2-year strategic planning process. We want to make sure we're ensuring a thoughtful and engaging approach. And we did share this timeline with you last July 2025. That's when we really kicked things off and begin that current state assessment phase of the project. So now we're in the development phase. We're moving into creation, and we look forward to sharing what we've done to date and the proposed goals and objectives that we want to work on and move forward with you all today. Well, as Doug mentioned, we'll have several opportunities in this current fiscal year to come back to you and refine and review. So we look forward to coming back in early spring, in February, taking the feedback that we hear from you today, and also with some draft strategic measures. So that's something else that we want to gather your preliminary feedback on, is as you're hearing the goals and objectives we want to take forward, what are the key insights that you would like to see for meaningful measurements for this next plan. We'll plan to come back for our final readings around April. Hopefully we're good to go so that we can have an on-time implementation of our new plan in July of 2027. So again, lots of opportunities for feedback and refinement. So another reminder is this is our strategic planning framework that we work within. CalPERS does maintain a 5-year plan cycle. And as part of that process, of course, we always want to start at the top of the pyramid. We want to check in on our mission and vision to ensure that we're aligned to our intended aspiration and core purpose. And this will also be a part of today's discussion. This is something we asked you about in our interviews as well. Then we have those core goals and objectives. So what do we want to accomplish and how do we want to accomplish those things at the highest level, at a strategic level? And then again, those meaningful progress indicators that would be present throughout the life of the plan so we can make sure we're tracking, and if not, how are we adjusting? We want your feedback into those measures, and we're going to talk a little bit about that today. And again, that part of the conversation around our strategic measures will help us with the next leg of this project. So the team's going to take back your feedback and work on drafting our strategic measures to bring back to you in spring. So this is just a first conversation on that measure piece. And then at the bottom of the pyramid here, we have our business plan initiative process, and those are those projects. Once we get all the strategic elements set in place, the team will talk about what is the work that we need to do to move the needle related to those goals and objectives. And so that would be a part of the July 2027 session with you. So once we have the strategic plan in place, we'll bring back and share with you, okay, how are you going to get all that done? And we refine that plan every year so that we can adjust to the changing environment and make sure that we're considering any significant changes in our environment so we can make those adjustments along the way. So we've made significant progress over this past fiscal year since we last saw you in July of 2025. We worked on gathering lots of data and input through a current business state assessment, an environmental scan, and stakeholder input. So this included looking at our operational and strategic performance to date, workforce and benchmarking analyses, risk indicators, and insights related to all the key business lines. As Doug mentioned today, we had full session going on and just all the different agenda items that we bring you throughout the year. Looking at member demographics, what's going on in the health arena, investments, financial elements, the political and legislative landscape. We evaluated stakeholder input, starting with interviews with our board members, gathering feedback from our internal team. We reached out to our external stakeholder groups, offering interviews and survey submissions for feedback. And we also utilized the stakeholder perception survey that you just heard about there. So looking at all of those inputs very broadly. So again, we took all of these inputs, organized those through the SWOT analysis. So what are our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats? What's the gap? We facilitated multiple executive and senior leadership workshops to review and discuss those topics. So where are we today? What's the desired future state? And this really helped us identify gaps and what do we need to continue to focus on, which led us to several strategic themes that I'll talk to you about next. And understanding what those strategic themes were helped us create the goals and objectives, the proposed goals and objectives that we want to share with you today. So that's kind of the path of getting to where we are now. So through all of those inputs, analysis, and feedback from you, these are the key themes that emerged. As a leadership team, we identified these themes, reinforced that our current goals are focused on the right key areas. We really didn't see any big surprises emerge. And so the questions that we asked ourselves was, where do we need to pivot, mature, and build on the strengths and continue to evolve? Based on this assessment so far, the new plan will be more of a refresh of our current strategic plan versus a complete overhaul. And we believe these strategically aligned, these themes, are really the most critical areas that we need to focus on. So we understand that technology is an enabler to enhance our capabilities throughout all of our business lines. And within those core business lines, such as health, investments, and customer service, we will continue to seize opportunities to strengthen the outcomes for our membership. Our people and our culture are key to ensuring that we can deliver on our mission, and we want to continue to strengthen those partnerships with our stakeholders through stakeholder engagement opportunities, building trust, and being a leader in transparency. So as you hear from the executive team, you're going to hear all of these themes emerge and shine through really the goals and objectives that we're proposing to you today. So here you have a view of the side-by-side comparison of our goals today and the proposed new draft goals that we're asking for your feedback on. And as I mentioned earlier, we view these proposed changes as a refresh and a strengthening of our current strategic plan goals. Our intent for this next plan is to refine and to highlight our most critical future-focused strategies, which aligns to the feedback that we heard from many of you. The executive team will be taking you through each of the goals with the detailed objectives that align to each goal so that you can better understand the intent and how we plan to achieve these goals. So with that, before we turn it over to the executive team, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Laura to set us up on how we're going to gather your feedback through this process and facilitate the next discussion.
Hello. Hello, good morning. Laura Carruthers, CalPERS team member. Before we jump into, have the next slide? Yes, thank you. Thanks. So before we jump into the executive team sharing the goals and objectives, I just kind of want to walk you through how this is going to work this morning. We have 5 goals with objectives to go through, and each of the executive owners will come up, present the goals, present the objectives, and then we will open it up to the board for your feedback. And then once we've had a chance to hear everybody's thoughts, we will then use our Mentimeter tool to check in, make sure we're understanding that we're going in the right steps forward, right in the right track. That's what I'm trying to say. And then I will ask you at that time after to share your thoughts on what our strategic measures or what we might want to measure to track our progress of our strategic plan for the next 5 years. So, go. All right, so before we jump into the goals, I wanted to just touch base a little bit on the Mentimeter voting tool. I know we've had a chance to check in with the board members on how to use this, but I just want to do a quick refresher. Again, we recommend that you use your smartphone or a tablet, but you're certainly welcome to use your laptop too, if that's what you prefer. You should have gotten an email yesterday, or there's also a card that I believe was handed out with the login information. So I would actually ask if you want to try and log into it now, if you haven't done so already. Don't vote yet. We haven't presented. I think the first question is probably showing, but that way we're ready to go right after the presentation. If you do have any issues with the Mentimeter tool, usually you just need to refresh the web screen since it's a web-based application, but also sometimes you just have to close it out and open it back up. But if you do have any additional problems, just raise your hand, we'll come over and help you. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Stephen Gilmore and Michelle Nix to go into our first goal.
Thanks, Laura. Are we ready? Michelle Nix, CalPERS team member. All right, we have the pension and sustainability goal is the number one, the first goal to talk about, and our ability to fulfill our mission is dependent on the health and sustainability of the overall pension system and health program. Overall goals continue to be to strengthen long-term sustainability of the fund. This goal has been broadened this year and strengthened with the addition of the word resilience to acknowledge the increasingly dynamic environment we operate in with evolving economic, geopolitical, technological, demographic, and climate-related risks. While the sustainability reflects the ability of our pension fund to meet its long-term obligations, resilience emphasizes the capacity to adapt withstand disruption, and continue meeting member obligations through periods of volatility, disruption, and change. Long-term resilience is a core characteristic of a strong, prudently managed pension fund, and the refined objective reflects a philosophy centered on long-term durability, prudent risk management, and the capacity to navigate uncertainty while maintaining our commitments to our members. The asset liability management process is central to sustainability because it provides a systematic framework for balancing the costs of future pension payments with the expected risks and return of the investments, enabling CalPERS to set contribution rates that cover both current benefits and past unfunded liabilities, regularly review key assumptions like investment returns, inflation, payroll growth, and mortality, and use asset allocation and diversification to manage investment risk. As we have concluded our ALM cycle for both PERF and affiliates this year, we will be focused on our continued partnership between Finance Office, Actuarial Office, and the Investment Office on the implementation and reporting. By continuously adjusting funding policies and sharing costs between employers and members, as well as tracking progress through our actuarial valuations, CalPERS strengthens long-term sustainability and financial health using responsible stewardship of public resources. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen to kind of go into the investment portion of it.
Thanks very much, Michelle. One of the strategic decisions we made last year, back in November, was to move to a total portfolio approach. And that move is directly associated with all of these objectives. One of the primary motivators for that move was to try to improve the risk-adjusted returns. And I've been on record a few times suggesting that the move should add something like 50 to 60 basis points in terms of return. That's for the same amount of risk. So that obviously goes to the objective with respect to risk-adjusted returns, but there's also a resilience element. And again, one of the reasons for the move was to try and improve internal governance. One of the things that has impaired some of our performance in the past is a tendency to be pro-cyclical. What I mean by that is during difficult times or times when the market has been going down, times of duress, we've tended to have less risk. And we've tended to cut risk after the market's gone down. And so we've missed some of that recovery. And the reverse happens when the markets are more exuberant. With the approach that we're taking now, I would like to think we'll be steadier. So that should add to the resilience of the portfolio going forward. In addition, we have historically focused quite a lot on liquidity, especially after 2008, 2009. Again, very much focused on that resilience, but it also is a factor that helps us with opportunities. If we manage our liquidity well, we can deploy it to add additional return. Now, I mentioned the move to total portfolio approach, decided in November. It went live just a couple of weeks ago, but the reality is that we had to position ourselves for that, had to make portfolio adjustments. Just one of those adjustments in the equity space has added more than 0.5% of that return that you saw for the last year. Doesn't necessarily mean that we'll have other big moves that add as much in the future, but already we have seen the benefits. And I would like to think that the move sets us up for a continued improvement or continual improvement through time. We've also had improved collaboration, and again, that allows us to take advantage of the platform that we have. One of those areas of collaboration, for instance, it's often quite difficult to have a consistent approach for managing liquid assets and illiquid assets, or public and private. The team came together to agree on a consistent way to embed private assets into our total portfolio approach, and it was great to see that, and I look forward to what that will bring us in the future. In addition to the asset liability management focus, of course, there has been a big focus on sustainability, the first point. The most prominent of the activities we've been undertaking there is our Sustainable Investment 2030 objective, where we aim to have $100 billion of investments in climate-related solutions. Now, remember, all of those investments have to meet our cost of capital, so they're all commercial. And the last time we reported on that exposure was November of last year, and we had approximately 60 billion invested in that space. We will report again in November, but I can say that we're pretty much on track to get to that 100 billion. But of course, it is going to depend on the opportunities we see, because all these investments have to meet our cost of capital. And the third strand relates to improved operational efficiency and data and analytics. Essential that we have the data at hand and have it at hand in real time to make those decisions. And one of the big initiatives we've undertaken over the past couple of years has been to do exactly that, improve data and analytics. We have a whole series of projects related to the total fund, related to public assets, to private assets, and that continues. And again, that's going to lay the platform for additional value add as time goes by, additional resiliency as well. With that, I'll pass it back to the chair, or to President Taylor.
Thank you very much. So, are we voting? Not yet?
Actually, we would like to open it up to see if there's any questions
All right.
for anyone on this.
On the board first?
Yeah, from the board,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
Does anybody have questions as we're moving forward? And keep in mind that we're just, they're just looking at this and open to taking suggestions. Lisa, looks like you wanted to, there you go, you're on.
I think I'm still trying to formulate the question, is why I was
That's okay.
a little bit slow. Stephen, this sounds very appropriate and something I think all of us are going to be able to get behind. What I'm still looking for is a sense of how we're going to respond to what, from a geopolitical standpoint, is just an incredible amount of instability that so far the markets seem to have just shrugged off. And as someone with more political education than financial, I'm surprised at the extent to which the markets continue to shrug off what seems to be a remarkable degree of instability.
It's something that's come up a lot. I've been asked about a lot, and historically I've been fascinated by geopolitics and what the implications may be for the portfolio. The reality is that historically geopolitics haven't mattered that much. The big exception was the 1970s, where you had oil shock, inflation, and a hit to growth, and big implications for asset returns. Since then, the market has tended to look through those shocks. Sometimes there have been offsetting outcomes or events. So if you think back to last year, April the 2nd, tariffs were imposed. You had an immediate market reaction, which was unusual. That reaction was to see equity markets go down, bond yields go up, the US dollar weaken. That combination was quite rare. And it made people question, is the US dollar no longer a safe haven currency? Now, if you had been told that the US would impose sweeping tariffs, if you'd also been told that there would be a war with Iran, probably very few of us would have thought the markets would be where they are now. So you've had other cross currents. You've had a very strong impulse, positive impulse from the investment in AI and the downstream, upstream activities. You've also had fairly strong fiscal stimulus. So it's very hard to actually capture all of these things and to know how the market will respond. And I think what's really important is that we sit down and think a lot about the scenarios that could happen and to think of how the portfolio will respond. given those scenarios, because we cannot forecast what's going to happen or exactly how the market will respond, but we can think of different outcomes and we can think of how the portfolio will respond given those events. And I think it's important that we consider how comfortable we would be if we were to go into any of those particular scenarios. We cannot construct a portfolio that is going to be resilient to all scenarios, but we can do some things to mitigate some of those risks. One of the initiatives that we're embarking upon is to increase the exposure we have to diversifiers in the portfolio. That again is strategic. That will take some time. But probably the most important thing is that we have the right internal governance arrangements. In the past, we've been reactive, and that has destroyed value. So it's been very clear about having the process, the focus, and quite often just steering the course. Of course, there could be a time when something is different, and we need to have a good process for understanding when that might be the case. But I would answer your question really by saying that the use of scenarios becomes more and more important, because I do think the geopolitical currents are more relevant than they have been in the past, because a lot of these things can affect supply, they can affect prices, they can affect growth, but we just don't know exactly how they will play out.
Thank you.
Kind of a follow-on to that, Stephen. I will say the markets are reacting interestingly, considering we're in the same position as we were in the 70s. And added to that is the tariffs, right? So it is interesting the markets, I know it's probably AI and technology that's driving that, but it just seems very interesting that we're where we are.
I would say there are some differences. Energy intensity or oil intensity was much higher back in the 70s. Also OPEC, or the coming together of the OPEC countries, they were much more significant in terms of supply of energy. Also you have a greater range of energy sources, particularly with renewables and so on. So there are a whole range of things. And I think people are also anticipated that the conflict wouldn't go on for too long.
Yeah, they keep thinking that.
They keep thinking that.
Yeah. And then the second thing I just wanted to say, advanced sustainable investment strategies. Thank you for including that. I just want to make sure that that's not a nebulous, other than the climate one, right? That means all of our sustainability goals.
No, absolutely, because we have to be thinking about the long term. And so we need to be thinking about that when making all investments. Absolutely.
Okay.
And also that relates to our approach with engagement and making sure we exercise those ownership rights that we have.
Yes, and I know those are kind of getting whittled away as well. So, all right. Anybody else? Oh, hi, Kevin. I said, wave at me.
Hi. Well, I didn't want to
interrupt Stephen. I got you.
Stephen, since I'm sitting right here, which feels weird that I have to talk into a mic to talk to you. I just sort of was looking at this as a much bigger picture, and I know that we always do this whenever we make decisions or we put together plans, but any way that we can sort of go back to the basics and reinforce our core values when we're putting together the bullet points on the plans, I think that'll really help drive what we stand for at CalPERS, and obviously it helps drive those strategic plan initiatives. So if there's any way that we can reinforce the core values into the bullet points and stuff, I would appreciate that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Suggestions? Open forum here, guys. Okay, and it seems like we can move on.
Okay, thank you very much. We will go ahead and move on to the Mentimeter voting portion. So there are two options. There is agree and there is agree with modifications. Agree means you don't want to change anything on here, but agree with modifications means that you might want to see some changes. If you do choose that, I'm going to ask that you share what those modifications might be. So go ahead and start voting. Looks like we're getting a couple people.
That's about.
Okay. While we're waiting for the final one, I was gonna say, ask if the person who chose agree with modifications is willing to share what those modifications are. Is it your core,
I just
the core
did.
values? Yeah. Okay. I was gonna check on that. Yeah.
Figured it was Kevin.
If that's it, we absolutely have that. We'll take that back, and it's a great suggestion. So thank you. Okay. We're good. All right. So with that, we're going to hand it over to Dawn to talk about our health excellence goal.
Great, thank you. So I'm gonna, before I get going, I just wanted to say a little bit about how we tackled this, this go around, because it is different, I think, than the way that we've done it before. And I'm proud of the team for both proposing it and executing on it. So we really started from the outset to try to make this an all-staff project. So we were committed to ensuring that every member of the team across the branch had a voice in shaping our shared direction, and that they could see themselves and their work in the new strategic goals and objectives that we're proposing. Our strategic plan team lead met with each of the health divisions in groups to gather perspectives and invite meaningful feedback, and then we combined that with a branch-wide survey where we engaged members and solicited their input about our direction, our proposed direction, I should say, going forward. So our current strategy has been grounded in what healthcare wonks refer to as the quadruple aim, and that's healthcare access, quality, affordability, and equity. Those are the 4 pillars that you see in a lot of strategic plans for healthcare organizations like ours. When you look at other strategic plans, and it makes sense because those are 4 things that are hugely important when you're looking at healthcare transformation and improvement. So we didn't want to throw those off of the side of the mountain as we were thinking about what we wanted to do, because they continue to retain their importance. But as we talked about it collectively and in smaller groups, there were really a couple of things that we wanted to both add and tease out at the same time. And so one of them was timeliness. So that has an added importance. And when we thought about our members and how our members experience healthcare, one of the things that was front and center in many of these conversations was the need to be getting the care when you need it and where you need it. So in the right setting and at the right time. And as you all know, probably from your personal experiences with healthcare and certainly from talking to members, that can be a challenge. So we really locked in on the member experience there, and that was one of the things that emerged. The other really big epiphany that we had as a group, which isn't really an epiphany, we talk about it from time to time here, but it emerged and sort of became a stronger and stronger theme, is that if we are going to make healthcare better for our members, we're going to have to also be more active participants in making healthcare better, full stop. And what do I mean by that? I talk way too much about what a laggard American healthcare is when you compare American healthcare to other countries. We die earlier, we have higher instances of chronic disease, we can't get in and get the care we want when we need it, and we pay somewhere between 50% more and double what other countries pay for far better outcomes. So it is a frustrating thing to come up here year over year and celebrate or try to celebrate as a success, doing a little bit better than everybody else, but not doing nearly as well as we want to. So leaning in where we have the ability to lean in and help make broader improvements across the healthcare system really is a central part of this. And that comes out in three ways. And all of these are going to sound familiar, but enshrining them in our goal and then in our objectives was important. One is, of course, in the ways in which we partner with our public sector partners and increasingly with our private sector purchaser partners to change healthcare. That statewide. So this is leveraging the 19 million collective individuals that we purchase healthcare for with Cover California, Department of Healthcare Services, and often now with individual companies. And using that leverage to make healthcare better in California. The second is engaging more nationally. So you've probably heard us talking about that increasingly in the last few years in particular. We've had a handful of exciting moments where we've seen good ideas from CalPERS get picked up nationally. And that's exciting, and we are finding that there's an appetite for that. Our reputation gets better and better nationally. And we see more of an opportunity to do that than we have before, and that's very exciting. And then the third way is through innovation. And we are doing some interesting stuff here. We are executing contracts that you don't see out in nature, and they're starting to work and bend the cost curve for us, and they're starting to improve quality. You heard Dr. Logan and Dr. Albers talk about some of the results we're starting to see from our quality initiatives, for example. So really leaning into innovation and using that to make healthcare better across the board, and in so doing, lift all boats, including our own member boats. So I'm going to stop there and just keep it at that high level, but that is fundamentally the orientation that we try to bring to you today.
All right. Thank you, Don. As always, I'm pleased to hear that the focus on fixing healthcare full stop, just in general, because that's the only way, because otherwise we're just nibbling in California. So I do appreciate that. Questions, please. Suggestions. It looks like Troy has something.
Yeah, it's not so much a question, it's more of a comment. And when I think of healthcare and what I envision us providing our members, I think of the timeliness, the affordability, the accessibility, the innovation, and I see it all in here, and I'm just very happy to see all of these things embedded in the goal. I just want to thank you for that, because everything that I envision this being is clearly outlined, and I just want to thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Ramon, did you turn your thing off? Yeah. Okay. Yvonne. And David, okay.
Hi, Don. I think this is the right, 30,000 foot level, but then thinking like underneath, which is probably ahead of what I'm supposed to be doing, but, so like I just want to make sure that when we're talking about the access and the equitable, that is including our expansions of care for our members in the rural communities.
Mm-hmm.
And then are we thinking about, and I think it's great thinking, like on the national stage, because we have to be there too, but also like on the regional stage, right? Like partnering with Oregon and, Nevada.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm still on. Yeah, that's a great point. We will think about how to capture that.
Okay. It might be in the steps under.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly something that we have been doing. we've been partnering with the western states. We've been comparing
Partner
notes
with
with
everybody
lots of
wants
states that you would
partners.
be surprised we compare notes with. I will just leave it at that.
We should be comparing notes with everybody, you know, because they might have the one thing.
Yeah, no,
that we can do
great
and they
ideas
can't.
come from lots of places.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so let us, that's great, call out. Let us take that back and see how we can sort of reflect that in some of these objectives.
Yeah, and like I said, it might be like underneath, we've got the objectives, and then here is how we're going to achieve it. It might be there, not necessarily at the 30,000 foot level.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Yvonne. Ramon, go ahead.
Yes, sorry, I was going to say something else. I didn't want to be redundant, but I've said it in the past. But I think one way first, let me start to speak to the redesigned or refreshed. I like it that we talked about transforming the California system. I mean, that's ambitious, but I think if not us, who? Because we're the biggest, right? In the
Into
state.
the mic.
We're the biggest in the state. But and we've been doing that. I don't know. I mean, we've been doing that for our members. So let's share the lessons. And that's what I was going to say. Something I've said before. I'm not sure if it fits in the strategic planning document, but we need to. It's good that we do all this collaboration and innovations, but we need to publicize it. And I remember commenting, I appreciated when Dr. Logan co-authored that article. And we need to do more of that. And I think when I was listening to Brad, I was thinking about podcasts. I mean, the health is one area we can promote ourselves. I mean, we send letters to Congress, we testify, but we need to speak to the mainstream, we need to speak to the industry and the community, and being in those journals, being out there, I think is very important. Like these contracts, innovative, the CVS contract, I mean, the quality measures, things like that. I think it's beautiful. I mean, we finally saw the dashboard where who's paying penalties and why and how we're trying to improve them. That's just amazing, and if we can publicize that, I think that will be part of transforming California's health system. So that's
excellent.
I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you. I mean, I'm repeating what I've said before, but I want to.
It's a good idea. We should be. David?
Yeah. Again, I really like what I'm hearing. The 4 pillars are there and will be there. I like the addition of the timeliness factor, because that consistently comes up from our members, and is something we've struggled with. One of the things that I see transformation as something that is necessary, it's natural, it will occur over time at the national and regional level. Maybe it's just a little too much wordsmithing, but I don't think we're responsible for transforming, but for maybe driving or leading. I think those things are what we really do, is we lead, we drive. But I'm so excited about the idea of us stepping in, like with a community-based outpatient clinic kind of stuff, or even, ultimately maybe regional or smaller hospitals blinking out. We could take a stake there. And so I do see us as not just kind of cheerleaders for these transformations. I see us as actual leaders and change agents. So I don't know how that could be massaged, but I think it's fine as it is. We understand it, but I think it will help that. And just a broad thing, just in terms of strategic planning kind of narratives and statements, especially mission statements, but also kind of down to these objectives. When I read them, I want to know, I should know after I read them, I shouldn't have any question about who. I should be, if I read a mission statement or objectives, it should be really clear, well, this can only be CalPERS. This is us. So what are we doing, and how are we doing in a way that, in order to, those are the things that need to come across to us and stakeholders and the rest of that system that we want to transform. So that's just kind of a broad overall thing that I look for.
So, thank you, David. I just want to say, I want to add, I think the transformation the word transformation is the vision, and I think it should be in there because somebody has to try, right? So if we are the leaders trying for transformation in California and bringing along, you know, our Medi-Cal folks and our Covered California folks and even private industry folks, 'cause I remember at one point even Walmart was talking about how expensive, or not Walmart, but I forget who it was, but anyway, how expensive it was. So healthcare. So I think that's a good word. I'm not saying that we have to keep it, but I think it's a good word because the problem with our healthcare system is it is, and nationwide, is broken. And if we can be advancing a transformation while it's being broken more federally, we might be the example for all the other states. So I do appreciate that. I'm trying to see if I have anybody else. And again, this is everything I could hope for, that you guys are doing. And you guys are always thinking out of the box for how do we make this work for everybody. Even though we're always working on our rates, it's going to help everybody. So eventually, because that's the unfortunate thing that the federal government is doing when they take away the health care from folks, is it impacts everybody in general, even if it's only impacting so many millions of people, right? So for me, this is a really good strategic objectives. Anyway, I want to make sure I've got everybody else that wanted to talk. And I guess I do. So that's it, guys.
Okay, I will bring up the Mentimeter poll. If you can let us know if you agree or if you have modifications. Looks like pretty much everybody is good with leaving this as is. Thank you. What I do want to ask, and I will say that I did accidentally skip this over in the investment portion, is what are the measures, the high-level measures that you would like to see to track the progress of this goal? If you have any ideas of that, I'm asking. What would show progress to you for this goal?
For this particular one?
Yes, and then I'm going to ask you the same thing for investments, but for pensions. But for now, just particularly this goal, healthcare.
Well, I think it's going to impact our rates. That's number one. But anybody else? For members' timely access. We're going to hear it from our members. I think the report back is going to be important, right? The collaboration and reporting on that collaboration and how that's working. And I know when I think about that collaboration, when nobody was pushing forward new vaccines, that we partnered with several states to do that. So I think, first of all, it hit the news, but I'm sure that we will see it from our staff. But I think the report backs on the collaboration and on their actual benchmarking of how they've gotten to advancing the strategies, et cetera.
Okay.
Anybody else? David, go ahead. And Ramon, but David first.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of the standard measures for those priority, kind of outcome stuff, anything related to those 4 pillars, we've got pretty clear objective measures that we've been using and we can use and that are kind of standard out there through the industry. I think we'll really have to put our thinking hats on, and I don't have an answer. This one, certainly I'll defer to staff to kick it around, but when we're talking about transformation, how are we going to assess, are we succeeding with our role in this transformation at the statewide level, and how's that impacting more nationally or globally? I think we will want to have some sort of yardstick for how we're doing on transformation and our role in it. And that I'll leave that to Dr. Molds and his team.
Yes, that'll be a new one. Let me just add to for measurements to just get your mind thinking on probing that thought process. We do have an attachment of the strategic plan at the highest level, and you can actually see what measures are in place today. So if that kind of helps you think about forward, you know, are these the right measures that we have in place today? How would you change them? Is there anything we should be adding? And of course, yes, this new version of transformation, how would we measure that? So that'll be a challenge and an interesting one. So just a probing thought there.
So I just heard that we could ask our health department to bring back measures that we could approve that go along with this as well. And obviously, you know, like I said earlier, part of the transformation is doing the collaboration to begin with, right? So, but yeah. Ramon.
Yes, I agree with Mr. Miller. I mean, outcomes is going to be the key issue, but we've already been looking at that. I mean, one thing I've always mentioned is that, you know, we want to stabilize our chronic disease population. We want to improve out, you know, behavioral health and women's health, both the new system we brought in a couple of years ago. I can never pronounce it. The people that help, Doba, help me out. I don't know. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Walker.
No, I was just gonna say, I think it's, for me, it's premature to go down to say what we're looking, until I can see what's underneath, right? Because then that's really where you spark like, oh, wait a minute, we should, but right now, at the 30,000 foot level, I think it's fine. The proof will be in the pudding when we go down another layer.
Yep.
So I'll look forward to when you come back.
Agreement. Yeah.
And I just want to add to that, Sabrina mentioned when we come back in February, we will have the draft measures to share at that time. So that's kind of helping us to how we build those and bring them back to you today.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, we're ready.
Okay, I'm just going to go back so you can see the investments, pension sustainability goal, and want to ask now if you want to share your thoughts on what, again, what type of measures would you like to see here that would track progress, if any?
Well, we're still, let's be clear, we're still working on how to measure TPA, right? So I think, again, once we get the next round of stuff, like we said earlier, is then we can talk about measurements. But I think we also have an Invo measurements that we're already using that could help with this,
So I think what I'm hearing is we'll go ahead and hold that part of the conversation until the next agenda item. So we will bring you back the draft strategic measures that we'll propose in February, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, cool.
Thank you. All right, I am going to hand it over to Kim Malm now to talk about member experience.
Can you hear me? Oh, great. Good morning. The member experience goal in our current strategic plan that you saw on page 7 states that we will ensure member satisfaction through accuracy, responsiveness, and respect. In addition, our previous strategic objectives centered around benefit payment accuracy, timeliness, customer inquiry timeliness, and customer satisfaction. We've consistently scored in the mid to high 90s in meeting those objectives every quarter for the last 2 fiscal years. So we decided to modify our goal statement in the new strategic plan to state, enhance customer service and benefits delivery by advancing efficiency, accuracy, and security. This change in language reflects the maturity we've achieved in the services delivered to our members and our commitment to continuous improvement. All of our previous objectives are still important, especially accuracy, which is why we've kept that in the new strategic plan. But since we have been successful in maintaining high performance with timeliness and satisfaction, it was time for a new stretch goal. Therefore, we plan to enhance our services with the following 3 strategic objectives. The first member experience objective is enhance digital self-service platforms and inclusive communications to provide equitable real-time support and transactions. Objective is important to us and our members. We hear this message from them directly through feedback from the regional offices, from our CalPERS benefit education events, and the survey feedback that you heard earlier this morning. We plan to accomplish this objective by enhancing self-service tools and education resources, which will demonstrate our continued commitment to accessibility, ensuring members can engage with their benefits in the ways that serve them best. Our members are becoming more technically savvy, and we believe over the next 5 years, they will want to perform their services online at their convenience rather than when we are available. We have a number of processes that can be already performed through the members' MyCalPERS accounts. However, there are many more that we can offer. Improvements such as submitting all documentation electronically instead of by mail or in person or via fax, and enhancing our current online offerings such as online refund applications. Our vision for this goal is to expand what our members can complete online. Along with digital self-service, we'll be enhancing our inclusive communications, such as expanding our Spanish language education program. During this next strategic plan, we'll expand the overall first language communication program by exploring tools that will translate any of our video recorded classes to the members' preferred language. David Rubio and I will be speaking more about this in the DEI report, which is coming up next. The second member experience objective is advance new technologies to deliver accurate and timely benefits and services to our employers. Our future will require advancements in new technologies. However, our approach to technology is intentional and focused on delivering tangible benefits to our members. We believe that the utilization of AI will be an important tool for our future delivery of services. However, it does not replace our retirement experts. Our members expect human accountability and human judgment. We do believe, though, that AI will allow us to work faster, identify issues earlier, and make better informed decisions. One example of this is the implementation of a chatbot. This tool is specifically designed to address the most common questions posed by members to our call center, providing efficient real-time responses and streamlining service delivery. We'll also continue advancing our human-enabled resources that will assist our team in supporting employers and members with the most complex and time-consuming processes. One area of this that could be most helpful is implementing an audit resolution tool for employers to ensure audit findings are resolved quickly and efficiently. The third and last member experience objective is to strengthen fraud prevention and data security. Fraud prevention and data security are top of mind for all of us, as well as our members and employers. With that fraud landscape evolving daily with new threats, it's important for us to stay nimble and protect members' data. We'll be partnering with our Information Security Office and IT throughout our strategic plan in meeting this objective. A few planned projects that have direct impact on CSS, such as the replacement of our knowledge-based authentication, or KBA, which many of our members struggle with, and then have to call our call center for help. KBA will be replaced with Socure's identity verification tool. This will have a positive enhancement and impact on our members and their sensitive member transactions. Another project that we can implement that will impact CSS is implementing improved call center authentication. This will help our team confirm a member's identity more securely and reduce the risk of unauthorized access to our members' accounts. All of these initiatives and ongoing efforts reflect CSS's steady focus on enhancing customer service and benefits delivery by advancing efficiency, accuracy, and security. We believe this will position us to enhance our services to members over the next 5 years. And that concludes my presentation, Madam President, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bohm. Questions from the board on this? Oh, hi, Kevin. Thank you.
It's not so much of a question, but whether I needed the services myself or not, I'm glad to hear that we are within the, and I sort of saw it within the bullet points here, that we're looking at ways to minimize or get rid of language barriers, cultural differences, things of that sort, and really meeting our members where they're at. So I appreciate that. I also appreciate the audits. So thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Great. Oh, hi, Monica.
Hello, I waved. Kim, thank you so much. I'm sorry if I glazed over this, but you talk about all of the tools and things that we're going to do. One of the very important things is the training. I believe I heard training for members to actually use these tools. I think that's really important. I just don't know if we should add something here, if that's too low of a detail, or if we would add that something to one of the maybe the measurable goals. So just putting that out there.
I think training is one of the automatic steps or inherent steps that we do in all of the rollouts of our technology or services or upgrades to anything that we do. But I appreciate the comment, and let me take that back and talk to the team about whether that word is in our business process initiative underneath it or whether it's in the actual objective statement. Thank you.
Oh, great. Okay, great. Troy?
Yeah, whenever we talk about meeting members where they are, I just want to thank you, and this is more of a comment. Thank you that the goals are addressing exactly what we're hearing from the members, and you're building upon that to move this organization forward. So I just want to thank you for that. That we are taking the concerns of our members, we're listening to them, and we're building upon that to strengthen our organization. So I just want to thank you.
Thank you. I think that that's an enterprise effort that is, led by all of the executives and all of our team members. We just happen to have the privilege of doing all the member interaction, and so I get to be the one that gets to say it a lot. So thank you.
Don't underestimate yourself, Kim. You've done a great job in your area. I will say that, first of all, thank you for the report. Thank you for all of the work you guys have done. It's amazing. Again, I've worked in a call center. 100%, never heard of it. So, everything you're doing here to make this even better and making our members' experience better, I like. I don't see anything that I would add to. I will say I don't like chatbots, but I'm just, it does help streamline things. I'm aware of that. Chatbots can only answer so many things, and let's make sure we're not turning everybody to a chatbot.
That's correct. We get a number of calls that are very generic, like when's payday, things like that can be answered just by the chatbot. That would reduce some of the calls so that, we hadn't previously met 100% day, right? And so just trying to, especially during open enrollment, trying to be able to answer all the calls that we receive every day. So the chatbot is just strictly to answer like the top 100 general questions that people send in, not specific to their own account.
Yeah, and how do we turn them to that, though? What does it say in the phone tree, I wonder?
We are going to be will be
I
that, which is why
know.
it's on our strategic plan.
It's an interesting thought process
I don't
to get
have
there.
all the answers to that just yet, yes, but we will be looking at that in this next strategic plan. So.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Anybody else for questions? Wave your hands. All right, let's move on.
All right, thank you. Mentimeter tool is now open, so if you will please let us know if you agree or if you have modifications.
It's not moving. I don't know if mine went through.
All right, looks like we have a majority are good with leaving this as is.
There
Thank
you
you
go.
so much for your input today. And we will go ahead and head on to our next goal, and I'll hand it off to Brad Pacheco.
All right, thanks, Laura, and good morning again. If you could move to the next slide, that would be great. So this is a side-by-side comparison of the stakeholder engagement goal from the last plan to the new plan. And I think the best way to describe this is over the last 5 years, we've really placed our focus on strengthening our stakeholder engagement function. where we built infrastructure and opportunities needed to ensure that our stakeholders had a meaningful voice in the work that we do and the decisions that affect them. So some of what that looked like is we introduced our employer leadership dialogues. We attend more association meetings than we ever have in the past. Marcy is out on the road quite often, probably more than she would want, telling our story. And it was touched on here earlier that under Don's leadership, we've significantly expanded our state and federal legislative engagement on healthcare topics. So I would say that right now we have a framework of touch points throughout the year that give us that cadence to make sure that we're sharing the information that we need to share, but we're also listening to our stakeholders. So the new plan builds on that foundation, and you'll notice that we've changed the word stakeholder engagement to stakeholder connection, and that really is intentional because we view engagement as being about creating opportunities to interact, whereas connection is about what those interactions ultimately produce. And in this case, our hope is that it produces stronger relationships that are built on trust and shared purpose. The objectives have also evolved. The new objectives focus on strengthening stakeholder understanding through timely and clear communications. I mentioned earlier that the information environment moves faster than ever, and I think our stakeholders expect timely and clear communication and to be trusted in that and foster those partnerships. So I guess the best way, and maybe before I end here, I just want to say that this really is an enterprise effort. We rely on all the divisions across the organization to help us with this because they have the expertise and we need that expertise to get in front of our stakeholders. So in short, the previous plan established the infrastructure for meaningful engagement, and the new plan really is, builds on that foundation to deepen those relationships and position CalPERS as a trusted partner. So I'll stop there.
Excellent. I like this, and I like the new language. Any commentary from the board? Oh, I'm sorry, David. Thank you.
Yeah, I really like the work and the thought behind this, but it's just me, but I have always considered connection is necessary but not sufficient part of engagement, not vice versa. Engagement to me has always been about trust, relationships. I think if you look at performance assessment type approaches, everywhere engagement is kind of the term of art that includes relationship building, trust, loyalty, all those things that come with building a brand, building a reputation, and connection is a part of it. Mm-hmm. It's communication channels, it's part of engagement, but I think it's contained within engagement as a subset. I don't think it is overarching engagement, so that's just my thoughts.
Yeah, no, thanks, David. I mean, we can certainly look at possibly just keeping the original language. I think what we were trying to achieve is, you can introduce as many connection points as possible with stakeholders, but quantity is not always drives the quality of those engagements, and so we want to focus on the quality now as opposed to just adding more opportunities. Yeah, I think we have that in place.
Really like that concept. To me, connection implies the communication channel more so than the result you're trying to get of engagement in terms of trust and relationship building, the results of relationship building beyond just connecting. So
yeah, thank you.
I'm a little confused about that. Under focus, it says relationship building, trust, shared values, and purposes. That should just say engagement. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, again, it may just be semantic, it may just be me.
Okay.
I've just been immersed in this stuff for so many decades that engagement means something very specific to me that includes the connection part.
Right.
And what I like about the connection part is it implies two-way. And engagement, sometimes people don't necessarily see it, but the relationship, the trust building, all that's a two-way process. So connection / communication may or may not be. Like you said, you can have lots of venues or tools to connect to people, but that doesn't necessarily get you engagement in terms of relationship building, loyalty, recommend to your friends, those types of questions. People often, I see all this confusion about satisfaction versus dissatisfaction and satisfaction versus engagement. And so many organizations don't make the distinction, and they fall by the wayside because they're only thinking about satisfaction and not dissatisfaction or engagement, relationship building, trust, blah, blah, blah.
Okay. And I think I have Yvonne first, so.
Yeah, and I'd like to see, I think this is fine, but I'd like to see more of, if we can work in some way of collaboration. Because it's one thing to talk at people and, putting out but collaboration means that, we're working towards the same thing. And I just think that that's a little better, but.
Thank you, Yvonne, I appreciate that. And Deborah?
Mine was just a point of clarification. Are we talking just member engagement here? Is that, it's
No.
broader than, okay.
Yeah.
Then I would concur that more collaboration, engagement sounds more active than passive. And I feel like we just, by nature as an organization, need to be more active.
Well, I think connection is more personal than engagement. That's my feeling. So it is a semantics thing. So when I hear connection, I hear one-on-one looking in people's eyes almost. That's how I look at connection, which is the relationship building, trust, sharing values and purpose. Engagement to me is making the effort, but it's not necessarily connection with your members, is how I look at it. So I say that we maybe leave this to them to kind of wordsmith and take in the feedback, but that's up to everybody else, if how you guys feel.
Yeah, we're happy to look at that. And I know stakeholders, sometimes we always refer to them maybe potentially as like the associations that we work with, but in this case, it really is the members, the employers, the retirees. It encompasses everybody.
So I think we could go, oh, I'm sorry. Hi, Kevin. You're over here and I'm just not paying attention to over here, apparently.
That's okay. So I do like the word choices of the connecting versus engaging. And I like that you've actually added into sort of like the subtitle of the whole stakeholder connection with the transparency, collaboration, and communication. So I appreciate that. But I also agree with Ms. Walker and Ms. Gallegos of how do we sort of reinforce maybe some of that collaboration and transparency into some of these bullet points.
Great.
All right, great. Anybody else? Wave at me. All right. All right, now we can move on.
Okay, thank you so much for that really good debate there. I'm going to go ahead and ask you to vote. I know that there were some people who definitely had some ideas about some modifications, so if that is the case, please feel free to choose agree with modifications. We have already noted them and we will be taking them back and bringing forward what we come up with in February. Okay, so I'm just going to ask, is the agree with modifications what we've already talked about, or does someone have an additional one? No. Okay, great. Perfect. Then I will go ahead and hand it off to Michelle Tucker for our final goal.
Thank you so much, and good morning, board members. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. Lovely to be here today. I'll begin our discussion of the 27 through 32 People and Organizational Innovation Strategy, a goal that I am sharing in leading with my colleague, Sherry Slate. So I'll go first, and then you'll have, Sherry will conclude this goal. So last year, we talked about our forward-thinking initiatives that we were working on under our current organizational excellence strategic objective. Today, I'd like to share highlights from the past year and really talk about what's on the horizon. As we transition from the current strategic plan to the next 5-year cycle, we are building on what we learned from those goals. During that period of 22 through 27, CalPERS expanded recruitment outreach, invested in leadership development, listened more intentionally to team member feedback, and strengthened programs that support recognition, belonging, and career growth. These efforts created important momentum, and we know that lasting workforce progress cannot depend on isolated initiatives. It requires connected systems that help CalPERS understand our workforce, understand our team, build those talent pathways and pipelines, and provide the support that people need to grow and thrive over time. So you'll see that lesson reflected in our new strategic goal, or proposed strategic goal, people and organizational innovation to thrive through a culture of belonging and resilience. I want to talk a little bit about the efforts that we, and the conversations we had to get to those words. We really spent a lot of time considering those. We previously had the phrase in the past cycle, cultivate a team. And as we're going to talk about a little more in our upcoming DEI presentation, we believe that we've done that. We've got a very strong team. We're going to talk about some of our engagement results. So to continue just using only that phrase felt like we needed to go deeper. So what did we want overall for our people and for our organization? And we thought about the word thrive. So the word thrive came from much of our work, which I'm going to go into in a moment. And that was chosen to convey a positive state of growth and dynamism. To thrive is to grow vigorously, develop successfully, or flourish. It goes beyond just surviving. It's making progress, steady progress, towards reaching a state of health, well-being, or prosperity. It's more affirmational, and it's bolder than cultivate. So we want our team and CalPERS team members to thrive. You heard my colleague Michelle Nix, my colleague Stephen Gilmore talk about resilience. I think you've heard about it from a number of our goal leaders. And you're going to hear those themes here as well. Belonging and resilience also emerged from a lot of our listening work, and it's really at the heart of the work that we're doing on inclusion. And resilience has definitely come to the forefront as a critical skill for team members in today's workforce. And being resilient is more than being strong. It's persevering, it's flexibility, it's growth, it's bouncing back. The original Latin root of the word is leap back, and here at CalPERS, we learn and we bounce back. So we really wanted to convey momentum with the choice of that word thrive. So I look forward to hearing your thoughts on that. And again, this goal does have two closely connected objectives. So HR will lead the first objective to cultivate a diverse and sustainable future-ready workforce. And so we really felt like sustainability was a nice companion to that resilience. And then, of course, our DEI office will lead the second objective, and Sherry's going to talk about that in a moment. And they really reinforce each other, these two objectives. HR builds and supports the people systems that shape recruitment, development, mobility, engagement, and succession. And then our DEIA work helps ensure those systems and the broader organization continue to advance belonging, continue to advance access, resilience, and performance. So for the HR-led objective, and next slide, please. Thank you. We're going to look at three connected areas. So first, we'll use better people data. We will continue the rollout and continuous improvement of our new HR system, MyHR, which is going live on August 11th. We're so excited. This will be bringing information and services from multiple fragmented systems into a more unified, user-facing solution. So over time, this is just going to be so much easier for our team members and team leaders to access HR information while giving CalPERS a stronger foundation for connected people, processes, and data. We're also moving to a new engagement platform this year. It's called Quantum Workplace, and so we'll be able to deliver our annual employee engagement survey, as well as pulse surveys, onboarding and exit surveys, and use some peer feedback tools during our talent review and succession planning processes. So a lot of great technology there that's going to really allow us to refresh those listening tools, better understand experiences across the talent lifecycle, and use those results to inform action. We will use all of this to strengthen our workforce planning processes and improve how we use information from CalPERS, and then, of course, our partners doing the great work of the state of California in the State Controller's Office and CalHR. We've undertaken a people data project, and that's going to help us connect workforce data more effectively and develop stronger insights into representation, mobility, retention, and future workforce needs. So that's the first focus area. The second is to really build talent pathways. So we'll continue developing a more relationship-driven and digital approach to recruitment and outreach, building on lessons from prior efforts such as our rapid recruitment campaign, our career workshops, and our glorious Where Passion Meets Purpose campaign last year. We also are working on a new student assistant program. So we've had student assistants for a while, and we're really invigorating that early pipeline to create an earlier pathway into public service and introduce emerging talent to CalPERS careers. We'll be expanding our talent review and succession management programs across all leadership levels to give CalPERS better visibility into the career interest, leadership readiness, development needs, succession risks, and opportunities to strengthen those internal pipelines. And third, we will strengthen our workforce support. So learning and development programs will be updated based on feedback from a training needs assessment that we did across the organization this year. We ended up with, I think, 3,000 pages of transcripts that the team has been analyzing to find common themes. And so we're really seeing what team leaders and team members need to grow, adapt, and perform. And we're especially excited about a new series of workshops that's being developed to support participants in our talent review programs, which is part of our succession work. These workshops will respond directly to some of the most frequently identified leadership development needs from the training needs assessment, including performance management, health and safety, employee relations, personnel transactions, talent acquisition, and leadership bench strength building. So this really helps our team hone that resilience and sustainability. We will continue to expand some of our HR operating models to provide more CalPERS business lines with tailored and proactive HR support. We've talked a lot about the work that we've done with the investment office over the past year or two, and so I think that's been a great opportunity that I've certainly had with Stephen Gilmore, and so I'm looking forward to doing more of that across the rest of the organization to really understand business needs more deeply earlier on and connect leaders with resources and strategies. We will also continue to improve recognition infrastructure. We've just taken our ACE award process online. It's got a really cool new tool. This is one of our three-pronged recognition platforms, excuse me. So appreciation is easier to provide and it's more consistently embedded across the organization. These three areas are designed to work as a connected system. Better people data helps us identify needs and make informed decisions. That information shapes our talent pathways. And then stronger workforce support helps people succeed once they enter those pathways, while the feedback and outcomes generated through those experiences helps keep us improving. So this is how we move from individual programs to a sustainable workforce strategy, one that strengthens access and opportunity, supports organizational resilience, and prepares CalPERS to meet future business needs. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Sherry Slate.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Sherry Slate, CalPERS team member. Our purpose is to pay a pension and provide health benefits to our members and their families without end. We can't keep that purpose without our teammates, and every day they deliver to 2.4 million members and their families who depend on them. This goal is about both the people who work here and the people we serve. The goal is to thrive through a culture of belonging and resilience, and the business initiative is designed to advance diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, and integration into and to create the lasting impact and improve organizational performance. The words we selected for this objective are intentional. Let me walk you through them. Advance. We're advancing because we're not starting over. The work we've done has laid a strong foundation, and it's already built for us to build onto. Our pilots have worked, and now we can advance and scale what we've learned. Integrate. We keep driving this work into the branches and across the framework. The connection is what expands the value and opens new opportunity. Improve organizational performance. When we create the conditions where people can thrive, performance follows. And performance is what powers our ability to keep our promise. The last is lasting impact. Impact is not what we do. It's what changes because we do it. Running a program is not impact. Someone getting hired, staying, growing here, that is impact. A member getting the care they need that they couldn't get before, that is impact. And lasting impact is the change that stays. A one-time fix is not lasting. Change built into how we hire, how we serve, how we invest, that's lasting. Now, one thing I want you to understand before I show you what we're going to be building, because it's easy to miss. This goal, it doesn't only live in this place. It's woven into the other goals that you've already seen. When we say investments, advances sustainable investing, that's this work. When health advances high quality, equitable care and reduces member disparities and everything else Don said, that's this work. When member services builds inclusive real-time digital support, that's this work. When we cultivate a diverse, future-ready workforce, thank you, Michelle, that's this work. That is what integration means. That is, it's not a single initiative. It's not delivered in 1 year. It's the objectives and goals that allow us to be an incredible place where people can thrive. And our DEI framework is what holds it across every strategic plan, and we'll talk more about that in the next session. So this year, and going forward in this next strategic plan, we'll look to create things like an inclusion planning process that connects our plan and our framework so that every branch has a plan and to share how their people will thrive and how we show up for our members. We'll look at creating a data ecosystem and get really clear on how we measure and monitor impact. We will expand the value of communities and experiences, moving beyond affinity groups to real structures of belonging that help us attract, retain, and develop talent. And then lastly, and I think most of you got excited about hearing this from the other goals, is this opportunity around meeting our members where they are. An enterprise accessibility strategy is imperative. Nearly 500,000 of our members, we think, and about hundreds of our employees live with a disability. That strategy is going to be imperative for how we connect them, how we ensure that they thrive. So in closing, we'll get more into the picture that we are building together, but the conditions where we create an opportunity for people to thrive, this is the outcome of this goal. This is the work that we are driving, and it serves both the people that work here and the people that we serve. Thank you.
So, are we moving forward with, okay, I need Ms. Walker, first person.
I like this. I like how you explain it and everything else. I don't know if we can work it in, but community, because I know that that is important, you know, when you walk around the building and talk to folks and see how they are, it makes a difference for how satisfied they are, how, it just takes a whole lot off. Even when, so if we can work community in there, that would be amazing.
Excellent idea. Kevin?
So not really a recommendation or anything, but I had the privilege of sitting in on a conversation with musicians a couple months ago, and the comment was that there's a lot of skilled musicians out there, but they don't necessarily have the platform in which to be seen. And so I'm very excited that you've put in this plan some programs where individuals that are talented, that don't have those platforms. So hopefully we can find those young talented people and give them a platform where they can be seen and sort of see if this works for them or not. But give them an idea that, hey, this is for you too. So thank you for that.
Excellent. Just to kind of piggyback on that, I think it's really important for our team members, right, for CalPERS to feel like they can get recognized. And I also appreciate that as well. But it's hard when you're sitting in CalPERS and there's 2,800 other individuals, right? So the work that you guys are doing helps them, and then it helps them connect with our members. And I think this is a really good start to this. So thank you very much. Anybody else? Anybody?
Lisa.
Did I miss Lisa? Oh yeah. Got a wave.
Okay.
I couldn't even see your microphone.
There we go. Thank you. And thank you both for what went into this. One of the programs that I'm particularly proud of that we're involved with at CalPERS is the program that helps to develop young leaders. And I think that goes to a word that I thought was missing from this, and that's opportunity. An opportunity that is open to absolutely everyone to show what they can do. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right. Anybody else? All right. So therefore, let's move on.
Okay, we will open it up to have you vote. And we definitely heard some potential modifications, so please you choose that. Okay, so definitely had some modifications. I see. Were there any modifications that were different than what have already been discussed that we wanted to talk
We
about?
got the 4. Everybody talked about what they wanted to do.
Okay.
I know Yvonne did. Anybody else?
Great. So
Okay.
thank you so much. We have noted all of your suggestions and comments. That concludes the goal presentation portion, and I'm going to hand it over to Sabrina now.
Very good. Yes, we appreciate all of your feedback and dialogue. This is very helpful, and we look forward to coming back to you with some revisions and another discussion early next year. So next slide to myself. All right. So here is our final topic for this session today. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, an important part of any good strategic planning process is checking in on an organization's core purpose and aspiration. This was a question that we asked all of our board members through the interviews, and what we heard was a solid consensus that our current mission and vision statement certainly resonate, still true. So one of the things that we did pick up, however, was some feedback around being a leader in our strategies, being proactive, being a trusted leader. So we thought we could consider focus on leadership here within our aspiration as an opportunity to tweak a tad. And then also within the mission statement, we heard a couple comments around clarifying the name CalPERS so that the statement could stand alone and be very clear. If it was outside anywhere in the world, you would know exactly who we are serving. So having the CalPERS name within the mission statement could potentially help clarify the statement. So with that, we wanted to open up for discussion to the chair.
Sorry. I think it looks good. Nobody has any questions. So, oh, David and Yvonne. Okay, so let's go with David first.
No, when it comes to the mission, I like that addition. I think it kind of meets one of the kind of things that I really look for in mission statements is, are they unique? Or are they just a generic statement that could apply to many other organizations? And there's always this debate of whether your mission statement should be something super short and brief, or whether it should bring out any more of the uniqueness with a in order to this, in a way that this, but I think this is perfectly fine because the rest of our objectives and everything else really covers that. And anyone who's familiar with us already has a good sense of that, just from our history and our leadership and our performance. The proposed vision I like. I don't know that it just like with many things, it's like it's what we do, it's what we're already really good at. It's not going to surprise anybody, but what does it say about where are we really seeing ourselves? A trusted leader. We're a trusted leader. The most trusted leader? Maybe, I don't know. But so I just think maybe, we could make that a little more visionary, because I think it just describes where we are right now and have been for quite a while already. It doesn't really, what's that future? The vision is turning our eyes toward.
So do you want the trusted leader? Well, I mean, if you're going to do with change, right, you can do that because we're going to vote on this. So I wanted to say something we talked about earlier, Dawn, which was a trusted leader in providing sustainable retirement system and transformative health and a transformative healthcare program for those who serve California. I don't know if that's too much and too flowery, but and then Yvonne.
Not wordsmithing or anything, because, I think your words are fine, or they could not be fine. But I want to say, though, that as we look at this and as we're thinking about this going forward and everything else, here's the one thing that I find lacking. As I've, been here and stuff like that, everybody in the organization cannot tell you what our mission is. Everybody in the organization cannot tell you what our vision is. And I think that's a problem, because then that's supposed to be our North Star. And if they can't get there, I mean, it's kind of like the analogy I used to use, and I don't know if this was a good quote or not, but it used to be where, when NASA first started, you could walk anywhere down the halls and ask somebody, what do you do here at NASA? It wouldn't matter whether it was a janitor or a senior engineer. Our job was to send a man to the moon. And I don't think we have that kind, I don't know how we do it, but I think we need to put some thought into it to get that same kind of thing, because there should never be a surprise. I mean, a vision statement is great. It can be, aspirational, but, if nobody is, when you're talking to somebody on the street and that's not what you say, we've got a problem.
Okay, any other comments?
All right, thank you. And this is good, and I really like the vision. When I'm looking at the mission statement, though, I'm struggling in that there's no reference to the timeliness of the benefits, to the adequacy, to the affordability. And one of the words that is in the vision is sustainability, which I thought was a very important one. And perhaps we need something that speaks to the fact that we have an interest in our mission, not just simply in delivering benefits, but those benefits are ones that meet the needs of our members.
Thank you, Lisa. Troy.
Whenever, just for me going into the to the mission statement, it's just hitting me more and more as I read it. And that would be to add something: deliver retirement and healthcare benefits to each CalPERS member and their beneficiaries. I think it individualizes it. It speaks to, there's something about when we talk about each member, not every member, but when we really individualize it, I just think it's more impactful. And that's, whenever I read it that way, it's just an impactful statement that I own it. And that's just would be my recommendation.
Excellent. Anybody else? David again.
Yeah, me again.
David again.
Just, another little thought on vision statements is, what is the vision statement for? And why do we, if we interview people for jobs, all kind of jobs, what's your vision? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Where do you see yourself taking the organization? And if they just say, yeah, our strengths are, and we're going to stay, that's what we do, we see ourselves doing this and just continuing to do this. But we don't bring something with that vision that is kind of, pulling the organization toward that vision. And so often organizations will just kind of rest on their laurels with their visions instead of using their vision to highlight the kind of the shortcomings, what they want to work on, where they want to get to, where they want transformation to take them, where they see themselves going, which is hopefully, more, better, whatever. So, and we might want to think about what does our vision statement do for us. And then just something I thought of with Yvonne's comment, how do we deploy this stuff in a way that it really does go across and throughout the organization and have some impact? Or is it just something people write on their hands so they can refer to it in an interview? I've done a lot of performance assessment stuff with organizations, and one of the things we would really look for in terms of, is the strategic planning process having an impact within the organization is exactly that. Can you go out to a guard shack on a big facility at 3 a.m. and ask an airman, have you ever met the commanding officer? What's their priority here? What's the vision? What's the unit's mission? And see if they know it. And if they don't, whether it's a healthcare system, whether it's a pension system, whether it's a, war fighters, good organizations, they know it. And they can also tell you what they're doing differently today because of it. And so if a vision statement doesn't do that for you, then it's just to put on publications and stuff.
Thank you, David. Anybody else? Am I missing anybody? Okay. I guess I did miss you. I'm sorry.
Sorry. No, just a suggestion, because people thought about the importance of having everybody understand the mission. One thing that other organizations do, at least for example, Acera, they put their mission statement on the back of the business card. So maybe that's something we can do. And theirs is to produce, protect, and provide the promised benefits. Yes. I'll throw that in there.
Very good.
All right.
Yeah, I'll just say, no, I appreciate all the feedback. This is really good. We want the mission and vision to resonate not only with our internal team, but our stakeholders. The vision is meant to be aspirational, so long-term, where do we want to be in the future? And the mission really is exactly what is our core purpose and should be able to be stated fairly quickly. We want to be thoughtful about not making things too long. But we heard you, and we'll take that back and bring some additional revisions back to the group as well. But also making sure that our team, this does resonate with them and that they do know what it is. We can always be better about that and do more. So we appreciate those comments, and we'll take that back. Thank you. So we are going to do a voting exercise again here. We heard the ideas around modification, so feel free to enter your vote in that way, and we'll open up that now. Maybe. Okay. Yeah, even though we can't see it on the screen, it's still happening, I think.
Oh, okay.
So let me just confirm.
Did we all get our votes in or not?
Are we able to see?
I would hope you wouldn't do
Hold
that
on
with
one
an
second.
expensive phone.
Well, unless there's other feedback, we've captured it. So
Yep.
if there's any comments that are different than what was already stated, I think we can
Yeah.
figure out the
Take that.
technology
Yeah.
glitch there and circle back, but we'll
Yep.
bring different ideas and thoughts to the next presentation. Thank you.
Alrighty,
Very good.
sounds good.
Yeah, so we were just going to close out with next steps, but really they're just about the next leg of the project is developing our strategic measures, coming back to you early next year with these revisions from our discussion today, draft strategic measures for you to react to, and provide some additional feedback. So with that, we will close out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, lots of agree with modifications. There it is. Thank you very much. Great presentation. We are now going on break, and I suggest, pardon me? Oh, I have public comment. Afterwards, we will be going on break. I just want to make sure everybody knows if you haven't checked out, you should check out. So, we are having public comment. We have 2 public commenters. I will call them up. But first, I want to say yesterday we had a lot of public comment that went way over their 3 minutes. So this is a 3-minute public comment, and if you're not done, the mic will cut off. Mr. Flaherty and Mr. Flaherman, you can come up.
My name is Ryan Flaherty. I'm an undergraduate business student studying finance and data analytics, and I have a strong interest in investment governance. This summer, I've had the opportunity to spend the past several months researching the CalPERS Investment Committee. My work has involved reviewing more than a decade of committee agendas, supporting materials, meeting transcripts, voting records, and archive board documents to better understand how the committee has evolved over time. As part of that research, I developed a public website called CalPERS-votes.com, which tracks every recorded open session vote of the investment committee dating back to 2013. I also created the data visualizations that were shared during yesterday's presentation. The purpose of both the website and the visualizations is to organize historical information in a way that makes long-term committee activity easier to understand and more accessible to members of the public, researchers, and anyone interested in investment governance. When I began this project, I wasn't trying to prove or disprove anything. My goal was simply to learn how the investment governance process works at one of the nation's largest public pension funds, and to organize years of historical records into a format that could be more easily analyzed. As I continued reviewing those records, I began noticing patterns I had not expected to find. The first was a long-term decline in non-consent action items brought before this committee. Based on my research, that number declined from 35 action items in 2013 to just 3 in 2025. The second was what I found in closed session. Between 2013 and 2025, I counted 775 closed session information items compared with only 16 closed session action items. And in 6 of those 13 years, there were no closed session votes at all. As someone learning about investment governance, I found those trends surprising. They raise questions that I hope to continue exploring as my research continues, particularly how committee practices have evolved over time, what factors may have contributed to those changes, and how governance processes continue to adapt as investment organizations grow and change. I want to emphasize that I don't present these observations as criticism or as conclusions about whether these trends are positive or negative. Rather, they are objective findings from my research that I found noteworthy and deserving of further study. One of the things I've enjoyed most about this project is that every answer I find seems to lead to another question, which has made the research both challenging and rewarding. Finally, I would like to thank CalPERS for making its agendas, meeting material, transcripts, and voting records publicly available. Without access to those records, this project would not have been possible, and I appreciate the transparency that allows students, researchers, and members of the public to study the committee's work over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flaherman.
Good morning, Michael Flaherman from RPEA. Ryan is my nephew and my summer employee. I have one brief comment on the strategic plan. Under the stakeholder engagement goal, the plan talks about educating and engaging stakeholders. Even though the plan doesn't mention it, I hope there's also an openness to receiving information from stakeholders. A few days ago, I provided Mr. Anton Orlich with approximately 20 publicly available private equity contracts, which are known as limited partnership agreements, together with an analysis of the tax distribution provisions that I've been discussing in my public comments, if you remember your investment committee most recently. My hope was simply to help the staff better understand this issue whereby investors such as CalPERS end up paying the tax bills for private equity managers. My next step is to send those same materials to each member of this board. But it occurred to me that some board members may not wish to receive unsolicited materials from a member of the public. If that's the case, I want to respect that preference. So if you would prefer that I not send you these materials, if you would just raise your hand now, I'll be happy to remove your name from my distribution list. Otherwise, I'll assume that you welcome information relevant to your fiduciary duties. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So with that, again, we will be having our break, and I want to remind everybody, if you haven't checked out, check out, because otherwise we're going to be going through lunch. We'll probably get to grab our lunch, and then we're going to work through lunch, so we're not done at 2 and running out of here at 2 and hitting all that traffic. So thank you very much, everybody, and thank you guys again. Oh, I'm sorry. 10:55, we get 15 minutes, so 10 after. If you guys need more time, let me know. If you guys need more time, let me know if you haven't checked out or you need more time to stand in line.
Apparently my voice is too. I didn't do that was. I swear. All right, our next session is our best day at CalPERS. I love the name of that. So Sherry Slate, Michelle Tucker, Stevenson Levinson, Kim Malm, David Rubio, Dr. Julia Logan, Peter Cashin, Miguel Silva, and Dallas Stone will be contributing to this report. Thank you very much. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Sherry Slate, CalPERS team member.
Can you talk into it a little more?
Oh, yes, I can. Thank you. Sherry Slate, CalPERS team member. And I would like to open this conversation this way. 2.4 million members, 94 years, over 600 billion under management, a 7.5% 30-year annualized return. Those numbers, they describe an institution that has for more than 9 decades delivered on the promise of its purpose to pay a pension and later health benefits to our members and their families who depend on them without end. It's the reason why CalPERS exists. Every organization has to deliver on the promise of its purpose. CalPERS is no different. What makes us unique is that our purpose has to endure forever, across decades, across crisis, across every market we have seen, and every market yet to come. So we have to stay curious. We have to keep asking what will allow us to keep this promise, to produce financial performance, resilience, and lasting impact for our members. If any organization has to understand what comes next, it's the organizations who have to endure forever. When I arrived at CalPERS, I asked a question. I asked it in my interviews, I asked it in meetings, one-on-ones, and I asked it to the entire organization. The question was simple. What is a best day at CalPERS? What we're learning is fascinating. Yes, people shared that benefits matter, they're important, but they also described being able to participate fully and contribute in the outcomes the organization cares about. They described being trusted with real responsibility, and they described being part of something that mattered. What they described were the lived outcomes of inclusion, belonging, the value of diversity, equity, and opportunity. They described the conditions needed to be their best and to do their best work. So today, when I speak about creating the conditions where people can thrive and cultivating a best day at CalPERS, this is what I'm talking about. A best day at CalPERS is not separate from performance. It's actually the mechanism that drives performance. Creating the conditions where people can be their best and do their best work, delivering on the promise of our purpose for our members across the time horizon that our purpose demands, which is forever. That is what we're talking about today. So today, let me tell you what the agenda looks like. We will discuss the landscape and how it's shaping our path ahead. We will revisit where we've been and gain clarity on the journey and the components that are driving this work. We will also dive deep into where we are and the outcomes we've delivered thus far. And finally, we'll talk about where we're going, our strategic plan that's ending and the one that we're about to begin. So I'd like to hold space before we begin for gratitude. I want to acknowledge our leaders, those sitting in this room with us, those that you see on the slide before us. These are my colleagues that you will be hearing from today. I also want to thank their team members and my team, Dr. Haley Hawthorne, Alejandro Mora, Jennifer Martinez, and Georgia Russell, who have been dedicated stewards of this work. Thank you. I'd also like to thank Brad Pacheco. Brad, you held this work well before I got here. You kept it in great shape. I want to thank you because we're standing on solid ground. Thank you for helping me through the transition into CalPERS, and to the entire executive team and everyone, every team member at CalPERS. Thank you for welcoming me. I'd also like to express my gratitude to this board. Thank you, and to my CEO, Marcy Frost. Thank you. Thank you for creating a culture where this work can truly live. I'm honored to be on this journey with you, and we have so much ahead. So, before we begin, let's talk about the landscape. I want to provide you with context so that you understand the headwinds that we're facing as we continue forward. This is what's influencing our path. Let's take a look at housing. Housing is the #1 reason people leave California, and housing works against us in 2 ways. It erodes the talent pipeline we recruit from, and it prices our retirees out of the communities they've served. When we look across cost of care, 24,000 physicians and 56,000 nurses in our US workforce came from countries now under immigration restrictions. Immigration policy is draining the physicians and nurses our member networks depend on, and they're concentrated in communities that are already most underserved. Demographic shifts, an aging and increasingly diverse membership base are driving greater demand for care over longer periods of time, while the supply for healthcare professionals simply cannot keep up. And our workforce. Roughly 49,000 AI job-related cuts and counting have already happened this year. And AI is shaping the white-collar market that we recruit from. And for us, this is an opening, a deeper pool of talent that we can invite to come join us in delivering on the promise of our purpose. And regulations. The diversity, equity, and inclusion climate, as you well know, is facing challenges. Over half of the top US companies have softened diversity, equity, and inclusion messaging. And while the language and what we call this work is changing, the work that matters, creating the conditions where people can thrive and have opportunity, that work continues. And it's about the innovation to meet the moment of this time. These headwinds are converging, and they're putting pressure on the experience of our members, our employers, our team members, those we invest in, those we do business with, the systems we work within, and the communities where we live, work, play, and learn. As we think about where we go from here, how do we navigate both today and tomorrow? We're going to do it with discipline, integration, and intention. These are the threads of everything we hope you will hear in what we bring from you today. So let's look at the timeline. Every milestone on this slide is a response to the landscape of its time. We began with compliance. The world asked us to build a business case, so we did. Then we expanded to diversity and inclusion, and most recently, equity. Each phase, we read the moment, and we matured the work to meet it, and noticed how we did it every time, with discipline, recommendation, integration, and always with intention. It's how we've approached this work for almost 30 years. And this timeline, it's just a snapshot. It doesn't include everything. Like, last month, CalPERS raised the pride flag for the first time, showing to everyone that our LGBTQIA+ team members, board members, partners, and community are valued and belong. So here's the point. We've not done this work in Stillwater, which means the convergence I showed you is not a new test for us. It's the kind that we've been passing for decades. We have a practice of meeting the moment, and a practice is what makes us ready for this landscape. This is what I saw in my first 100 days. We are good. Let me say it one more time. We're good. And we're ready to go from good to great. Another thing that I learned that I want to make explicit, because it's easy to miss, there's two things that carry this work. Our strategic plan, which we just talked about, and our diversity, equity, and inclusion framework. They're often treated as the same, and they're not. Let's look at the strategic plan. Every 5 years, the plan ends. It's finite. In 2017, the goals were set. By 2022, they had changed. A strategic plan is a 5-year finite set of focused goals, and then it resets. The plan is built to end. Now let's look at what didn't change. A diverse, high-performing workforce, equitable health outcomes, improved investment outcomes, and more. Those conditions don't reset on a 5-year clock. They're the conditions that help deliver on our purpose in this current landscape. And when they are no longer relevant, we have the flexibility to change them. You can see it in how we added beyond the pillars to bring in technology and accessibility, customer experience, and stakeholder relations. The framework grows. It doesn't reset. Why? Because it's built to deliver on the promise of our purpose, to ensure the long-term well-being of people, our members. The framework is designed to guide, influence, and ensure we are successful in delivering on our purpose and in your fiduciary duty. The strategic plan is built to end. The framework is built to last. And we need both. And seeing this clearly is part of the maturity our journey has earned us. In my first 6 months, I learned a lot. Here are 4 of the themes that I want to share with you. The first is that our purpose is clear: to pay a pension and deliver health benefits to our members and their families without end is in our DNA. The second is that people want to know that they're included in this work too. They want to know that when we say for all and what we deliver, that they are going to see themselves as a part of that opportunity. The third is that we've made real progress. You will hear that from my amazing colleagues today. And the fourth, this is one that the board gave me when I met with all of you. Fiduciary duty and our purpose are the right frame to guide this work from good to great. So let me qualify what I mean by good to great. By every recognized measure of organizational maturity, CalPERS has built something real. Leadership commitment, accountability, employee communities, systems, policies, practices, a framework that's built to last and that's agile, a practice of meeting the moment for nearly 30 years and learning every step of the way. That is good. Good is our foundation. Jim Collins, the author of the book Good to Great, set out to understand what elevates organizations from performing to enduring. And Great Place to Work, whose 30 years of research across 20 million employees in 180 countries, came to this conclusion. To be truly great, the experience must create the conditions where everyone can truly thrive, no matter who they are, what they do, or where they work. At CalPERS, for all means everyone, our team members and our nearly 2.4 members we serve, thriving with their pension, their health, and their future. When our people are at our best, our members experience their best. And that is what a best day at CalPERS looks like, for all. We will go from good to great through discipline, integration, intention, and most importantly, trust. And we're ready. What we hope you experience throughout this presentation is the evidence of the foundation that makes our journey from good to great possible. So let's talk about where we are, because it reflects the strength of the foundation and the progress we've built together. Everything we deliver to our members is delivered by our people. So let's start with them. This is about two things working together: building a workforce that performs at its best in a culture where people actually want to work. Michelle Tucker, our Chief Human Resource Officer, will share our talent and culture journey. Michelle.
Thank you. Thank you, Sherry, and thank you, President Taylor, members of the board. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. I'm so glad to be part of this work and presenting to you today. I'll walk through the talent and culture portion of today's presentation. This pillar, we've combined two, as you'll see, very closely related areas. So the talent management pillar is focused on strengthening recruitment, retention, equity, development, and succession. And the culture piece really focuses on that belonging, awareness, relationships, collaboration. We even have a section on this on community. So we're discussing these two together because they are so deeply connected. Talent management shapes how people enter CalPERS, grow in their careers, and access opportunities. Culture shapes whether they feel connected, valued, and supported once they're here. Over the last 5 years, the connection has become even more important. The pandemic really changed how people worked and accessed support, and I know you all lived through that with us. Return to office created new challenges. Retirements and workforce shifts also increased our need to recruit, support, and develop talent. So the challenge was not simply to respond to one moment, it was to strengthen the systems that help Caltrans attract, retain, support, and develop talent over time. Next slide, please. I can begin with the overall arc of our talent and culture story. Thank you. First, as we review the data, two connected challenges became clear. First, CalPERS needed to better understand and support our workforce that is already here, our team members. Second, CalPERS needed to recruit and build the workforce required for the future. The framework on this slide shows how we approached both. We began by understanding our workforce through representation, retention, vacancy, and sentiment data. We then listened beneath the numbers. What was underneath that? Employee engagement results and focus groups helped us understand the team member experience. Career workshops, consultation, and recruiter engagement helped us understand where candidates encountered barriers that we could then better remove them. From there, we worked to remove those barriers. Internally, that meant strengthening connection, development, recognition, accommodation, and medical management support. Externally, it meant expanding recruitment reach and candidate support. We really have been leaning in so hard to the candidate experience. Finally, as ever, we look ahead to the future. The next phase is about building sustainable pathways that support access, development, care, and workforce readiness over time. With that framework in mind, I'll begin with the workforce signals that helped guide this work. So, understanding our workforce. Between 2021 and 2025, just to get the century right, the CalPERS workforce changed in several important ways. Gen Z representation increased from less than 1% to just over 5%, while the millennial representation increased to 43%. I will just say at this time, there are many wonderful appendices at the back of this presentation if you want to see any of these numbers, and look at kind of the raw data charts, but we've got some highlights here that we've pulled out for you. So this shift with the increase in Gen Z and millennial workforce really reinforced our need to think about recruitment, think about that early career pathways, knowledge transfer, career development, and support. Representation for persons with disabilities also increased over 2%. That reinforced the importance of our medical management programs, reasonable accommodation, accessibility, and other supports that help team members participate fully at work. At the leadership level, female identifying executive representation increased from 20% to 33.3%. We also saw some increases across historically underrepresented racial and ethnic categories. Our data is evolving, and that's one thing that as we pull this presentation together, and every day we do our work, is so clear. The updated state employee race and ethnicity questionnaire, which is also called the Kelly-Rae 1070 form, has been updated. It includes broader racial and ethnic response options, which gives team members more accurate ways to identify themselves. Representation is only one part of the internal view. We also looked at tenure, veteran status, retention, vacancy, and engagement data to better understand workforce needs. This next slide places our racial and ethnic representation in the context of the greater Sacramento labor force. And it compares CalPERS 2025 racial and ethnic representation with the Sacramento region's 2023 labor force, and that's the most current regional data that's available. We use the Sacramento region because most CalPERS team members work in this area. The comparison shows that CalPERS does not mirror the regional labor force in exactly the same way across every category. And our purpose in displaying this information is not to establish a target for any category. It's to better understand how our recorded workforce composition compares with the primary labor market from which we recruit. So when I say recorded workforce composition, we recognize that our current data may not fully reflect how team members would identify today. The forms that we use are the Kelly-Rae 1070 is generally completed when someone is hired upon appointment, and many CalPERS team members have been here for a long time. Some may not have been able to use the broader options that are available now to identify themselves. So that's why that improving the quality and the currency of our people data is important. HR, along with our Diversity and Inclusion Office and SPDA, Sabrina and her team, and EEO are working together on a people data project to better understand and integrate information across CalPERS, the State Controller's Office, and CalHR. More complete and current information will give us a clearer view of the workforce while respecting that self-identification always remains voluntary. That said, representation tells us who is here. It does not tell us how people experience that workplace once they're here. So the next slide takes us from workforce composition to team member experience. Employee engagement results give us a starting point for understanding team member experience. One of the clearest signals that we have is the Employee Net Promoter Score, or ENPS, which is an industry-wide measure for measuring employee sentiment, and it measures whether team members would recommend CalPERS as a great place to work. In 2022, ENPS dropped to a negative 5.8, signaling that team member sentiment had reached a low point. But the survey results alone don't necessarily tell us why, and so the process shown across the top of this slide reflects how CalPERS responded. We reviewed the survey results, conducted focus groups, identified the themes behind the scores, and used those themes to guide action. 4 areas from our survey results in 2022 stood out. Team member perception of belonging pointed to the need for stronger connection. Speaking of connection. And then this figure improved in 2025. Team member perception of feeling valued also dipped in 2022 and rebounded in 2025. That theme pointed to the need for growth and development opportunities. Similarly, team member perception of being treated fairly experienced low numbers in 2022, followed by an increase in 2025, and that really reinforced the importance of providing support, including reasonable accommodation and medical management options. Finally, team member perception regarding recognition and reward followed suit with a 10% increase. That feedback led to a stronger focus on appreciation and more visible recognition practices. By 2025, ENPS had also improved to 25.5, a 31.3 point recovery from our negative 5.8 ENPS in 2022. The lesson was not simply that the numbers improved, it was improvement that required listening, understanding the experience behind the scores, and translating those themes into action. With the next 4 slides, we'll follow those 4 themes, beginning with belonging and the way CalPERS created more opportunities for connection. Belonging is not created through one event or one training. It grows through repeated opportunities to participate, learn, and build those relationships, those connections that we were talking about in the last session. CalPERS supported that connection in several ways, through employee resource groups, committees, and communities, which gave team members ways to connect around shared experiences and interests. Events such as Diversity and Inclusion Day, speaker events, and cultural celebrations created visible moments of connection across the enterprise. Development opportunities, including our new employee orientation, workplace readiness training, accessibility learning, and the Emerging Leader Program help team members build skills and participate more fully in the workplace. Together, these efforts supported respect, dignity, fairness, inclusion, and belonging. So belonging is about connection, and the next slide focuses on feeling valued in your growth and development. One way that an organization shows that the team and the people they are valued is by investing in their growth. Our Emerging Leader Program is one example, and one that we're awfully proud of. It prepares team members for future leadership roles through training, mentorship, and applied project work. Over time, CalPERS expanded eligibility, introduced more flexible learning, and aligned projects with key enterprise priorities, such as the engagement survey action planning, AI, and innovation. We looked at ways we're communicating, recognizing, and belonging. This gave participants the opportunity to not only learn, but also to directly contribute to improvements across CalPERS. We removed barriers and admitted candidates to the ELP program with prior supervisory experience outside of state employment. So the team member who was a Starbucks team leader going through college or in their high school days joining us has equal access to ELP, as does a team member whose first job was in our call center or the document management center. So we removed that barrier. We also looked at the various classifications that we target, which is typically the full or advanced journey level, and found a few additional classifications that could and should be included, such as the Investment Officer 2, which allowed more of those team members to access this development program. And we had quite a few Investment Officer 2s in ELP this year. Across 9 cohorts, 62% of participants have promoted. That shows that the Emerging Leader Program is more than a learning program. It's a pathway that helps team members build skills, contribute to enterprise priorities, and move forward in their careers. Feeling valued also means knowing the organization will support you when you encounter barriers. So in this part of the team member experience, fair treatment means being able to access support, navigate complex situations, and continue contributing at work. This became especially important during and after the pandemic, when medical management and reasonable accommodation needs became more visible, greater in number, and more complex. To protect privacy, obviously we cannot share details about individual cases, but what we can do is highlight the leader of our programs, Nick Krantz, who in 2026 received CalPERS' highest award, the Apex Award, and the work of the medical management team. This team developed practical solutions, including a small fleet of mobility scooters, that may be my favorite image in this deck, to support approximately 10 team members. And these are available to our team members. We check them out. If a team member, if they have a reasonable accommodation need, they can borrow one for a while. And so we're really happy to provide that to them. It's been, I think, a great support. We also strengthened the independent medical examination process, and through that we were able to support accommodations for approximately 15 team members over the past 2 years using this process. So it's a little bit different using the IME for reasonable accommodation, but that's just the new process. Our medical management team supports about 200 new reasonable accommodations cases for our team members each year, plus annual recertification of existing cases. So they do a great job caring for our team members and really engaged in that interactive process. We're very proud of this because our most reasonable accommodation audit resulted in 0 findings, and if you ever get an audit result back with 0 findings, like that is a happy day. That's what you want, and it's very rare. So we really want to highlight Nick and his leadership in this program. A comment from his nomination captures the impact. Within a day, I went from having limited knowledge and information to being fully equipped to support the team member through a challenging situation. So this work supports fair treatment by reducing burden, improving consistency, and helping team members and leaders navigate difficult situations. And then the final employee engagement area that we want to highlight is recognition and reward. Focus group participants told us they wanted to feel more appreciated, acknowledged, and connected. This feedback helped inform the Acts of Appreciation campaign, which we launched in 2023. CalPERS built structure around recognition through a recognition challenge, recognition ambassadors, and a more streamlined Apex nomination process. From 21 through 25, team members were recognized nearly 20,000 times through the CalPERS recognition programs. I'm sorry, I'm just staggered by that number. I'm just reading it again. Recognition and reward employee engagement survey results also improved more than 10% from 2022 through 2025. So this slide is not only about awards, it's about creating visible and repeatable ways to tell people your work is seen, You are seen, and your contribution matters. It's giving them that platform. The next part of the story shifts to how people find and enter CalPERS. So through 2021 and 2023, CalPERS was experiencing and navigating pandemic disruption, return to office transitions, changing expectations, and a very competitive labor market. So those pressures appeared in our workforce stability data. Retention is the measurement of the percentage of employees who remained at CalPERS for an entire reporting period, which is for us is a fiscal year. Retention took a steep decline while the vacancy rate doubled. By fiscal year 24-25, retention had recovered to near pre-pandemic levels at 91.7%, and the vacancy rate began to rebound with 11.8%. And I believe, as of today, I think our vacancy rate is between 7 and 8%. We get a report every week, so we're very proud of the work of all of our team leaders and the HR team in making that happen. We continue to see progress in our pending data, with the average vacancy rate for the most recent fiscal year 25-26 it was at 8.9 at the end of April, but I saw the report earlier this week, so we're going to go with I think it was 7.5. We do not attribute that improvement to any one effort, because CalPERS, it's a team, but we were not passive. We strengthened recruitment, outreach, engagement, recognition, development, and support. The key issue often was capacity. Vacancy pressure made it clear that CalPERS needed to bring new talent into the organization and reduce barriers to state service opportunities. So let's look at how we expanded that recruitment and outreach. I know you've heard us talk in prior presentations about the launch of our 2023-24 rapid recruitment campaign in response to that significant vacancy pressure. So we've included this slide, even though you've heard about it before, but because it is such an important part of our 5-year talent and culture story. I won't revisit the full program today, but I do want to highlight a particularly notable team member. Through the rapid recruitment campaign, we simplified the candidate experience, we accelerated hiring, and produced applicant and hire pools that were more than twice as diverse as those in other recruitment efforts. We just had our Apex Awards ceremony, and Mary Lynn, who is on Brad's team, highlighted Pilar Batha, who joined CalPERS through rapid recruitment and is now a 2026 Apex recipient, which I think so beautifully illustrates the lasting impact of our rapid recruitment work. So we really wanted to highlight Pilar here. The broader lesson from rapid recruitment was that a hiring process that is clearer and easier to navigate can expand access while bringing talented people into the organization. People like Pilar, who clearly jumped right in and received an Apex Award for those contributions. So then we took those lessons and we built on them through broader career outreach and candidate support. I know you've also previously received reports on our Where Passion Meets Purpose campaign. We did that last year, so I'll briefly summarize how that fits into this retrospective. The campaign used real CalPERS team members to help candidates connect public service with purpose and meaningful work. CalPERS paired that message with practical support. Virtual career workshops helped candidates navigate the state hiring process, while one-on-one career services consultations provided more needed individualized guidance. Together, these efforts expanded CalPERS recruitment reach. Workshops served 2,278 attendees. Career services completed 472 individual consultations, and applicant activity increased significantly across several key classifications, including our investment officer series. The main lesson was that outreach worked, but it worked best when it was combined with an engaging message and practical help to navigate the process. We also expanded direct outreach in targeted talent markets. LinkedIn Recruiter helped CalPERS connect directly with candidates in specialized and hard-to-fill talent markets. CalPERS now has 2 dedicated recruiter positions, giving us more capacity to identify candidates, make direct connections, and build relationships. From January through May 26th, the LinkedIn Recruiter generated 1,025 outreach efforts to individuals and 399 conversations, and that was just in a few months. So this shows us that recruitment is becoming extremely more proactive. CalPERS is not only posting opportunities, we're meeting candidates where they are through workshops, consultations, social media, LinkedIn, and direct recruiter engagement. I'd like to share 2 things that are happening in this moment. Right now, while we've been in board, the CalPERS team has been leading a personnel specialist recruitment effort. We're doing kind of a mini recruitment effort to hire 8 personnel specialists. We did the workshop this morning. We had 299 registrants to that session, so that was amazing. And I received a wonderful email on Monday. I'm going to just share a snippet of it. In February of this year, we received an email. I recently had a great meeting with Hannah Spence from the CalPERS recruitment team regarding opportunities across the CalPERS investment team. She initially reached out about an infrastructure-focused role, and while I hadn't yet begun actively, this is the new team member, by the way, who's talking, the person we've just hired. So this new team member said that they were approached about an infrastructure role, and while I hadn't yet begun actively exploring my next opportunity, our conversation evolved into a broader discussion about CalPERS, the investment platform, and long-term career paths. Given my background in investments and real estate, she kindly suggested that you would be the best person to connect with to further the discussion and gain your perspective on this team's work. It's a pleasure to share that on July 14th, this individual that I just quoted started in his new job as an investment officer 2 on our real estate team. If it wasn't for Hannah's proactive outreach, professionalism, and setting an immediate positive first impression, we wouldn't have landed this candidate. So this is from our colleagues in Invo, and so they go on to say some really nice things. So that's just an amazing example. I couldn't be more delighted. So together, these efforts show how CalPERS moved from responding to that vacancy pressure to building a more intentional approach to candidate access and opportunity. And then my final slide looks at how CalPERS can build on this infrastructure through more sustainable pathways. The central lesson from the last 5 years is that these initiatives that we launch can create wonderful momentum, but lasting progress requires that we must connect these systems. So the efforts here build on the work already underway. CalPERS adoption of the State Personnel Board and CalHR anonymous hiring pilot builds on an earlier recruitment improvements to strengthen fairness and consistency in candidate review. The Student Assistant Program builds on outreach efforts to create an earlier pathway into public service. By transitioning from the prior contracted model to the state civil servant student assistant classifications, participants gain access to more benefits and opportunities available through state service. We do want to thank CalHR for their collaboration and work with us on the Student Assistant Program. The Upward Mobility Program builds on internal development efforts to support current team members who want to grow, serving team members, and from 2021 through 2026, half of the participants in this program promoted during or after participation. And then Talent Review, which is a component of our succession planning work, builds on workforce insights and previous leadership development efforts like ELP to expand the focus to leadership interest, readiness, succession development needs, and institutional knowledge risks. This final piece is people data. CalPERS is working with CalHR and other state agencies to better understand where workforce data is difficult to collect, connect, or use consistently. These efforts are connected. Together, they help people enter CalPERS, feel supported, and grow in their careers, feel that sense of belonging, and in the spirit of Director Palke's musician parable, be visible for future opportunities. Thus, this is how the talent and culture work supports each team member by making this a place where a good day, a best day, is possible. So with that, I will turn it back to Sherry.
Michelle, thank you so much. Thank you for the real-time examples of how powerful the work that we have been doing over the last 5 years is delivering for our people. What you just shared is what happens when connection, development, access, recognition, and belonging align. The outcomes, they create an impact for people. It creates an environment where people can thrive, and when people thrive, performance accelerates. Now, our Chief Information Officer, Stevenson Loveson, will take us through the IT accessibility journey. This work is to ensure that the systems our people use, the way our members reach us, that they actually work for all, including people across all disabilities, seen and unseen. With that, Stevenson.
Thank you, Sherry. Good morning, members of the board. Stevenson Loveson, CalPERS team member, here to talk about IT and accessibility. Accessibility is an industry-wide challenge for any organization delivering digital services because it is not limited to a single feature or a single audience. It is the ongoing responsibility to make digital information and services usable by people with a wide range of needs across a wide range of situations. For us, that responsibility shows up both internally and externally. Internally, it means ensuring our team members have the tools they need to do the work effectively. Externally, it means making information on our public website easier for the public to access and use. It also means ensuring members can successfully navigate and complete tasks through our MyCalPERS platform. One of the most important things we have done over time is invest in dedicated resources. We have two complementary teams, user experience and accessibility. The user experience team conducts research to help us understand how people are experiencing a website and where they may be run into friction. The accessibility compliance team ensures that our software, website, and digital content can be used by people with different needs. They also help teams across the organization build those practices into everyday work. Externally, we focused on improvements to our public website and the MyCalPERS platform. These changes were made to support a broad range of users, such as older adults, those with lower digital literacy, and individuals with cognitive accessibility needs, talking about meeting them where they are. First, we strengthened digital accessibility. Our website now aligns with WCAG 2.2. This is the standard for making digital content easier to use for people with different needs. Second, we improved navigation to make it easier for users to find important information. On our public website, we simplified landing pages, updated menus, and reorganized content. On MyCalPERS, we improved layouts, navigation, and workflows. We also made the platform work better across devices and in lower bandwidth settings by using compressed images and only when necessary. Third, we have been working on increasing plain language to enable users to better understand our programs and services. In collaboration with the Office of Public Affairs, we are revising content to be clearer, shorter, and easier to read. Finally, we expanded multilingual support across the website to support more than 200 languages. Internally, we have worked to make accessibility part of how the organization functions day to day. One of the most important ways we have done that is by building accessibility into software procurement and review. We evaluate software not only based on current users, but on whether it can support a broader range of needs across our workforce. That helps ensure team members can do their work effectively without having to disclose a need or request an accommodation. It also positions us to support future employees from day one. We have also equipped team members with tools such as Color Contrast Analyzer to ensure that work products are accessible. Every year, we host Global Accessibility Awareness Day, where we provide educational events and bring in expert speakers. This helps us reinforce that accessibility is a shared responsibility across the enterprise. Over the past 3 years, we have learned more about how users are experiencing our website. I'll start with the MyCalPERS website. This data reflects the average from January through December 2025. First, we are seeing that people are interacting with the website. This is measured by engagement rate. According to industry standards, anything over 75% is very strong engagement, and our engagement rate is 85%, an increase in 14 percentage points from 2022. We are seeing most users are not leaving after the first page. We measure that through bounce rate. In 2025, the average bounce rate was under 15%, and it reached 10% in January. That is also very strong by industry standards. Finally, we survey users after they complete transactions, such as updating an address or changing a beneficiary. Those satisfaction scores range from 81 to 92%. Turning to the public website, we have seen improvements since 2022. However, in comparison to MyCalPERS, these numbers are not very strong. We have plans to address this through the website modernization project in partnership with the Office of Public Affairs. Our engagement rate increased 14 percentage points from 2022 and reached 65% in 2025. That is considered strong by industry standards. Our bounce rate decreased 14 percentage points from 2022 and averaged under 35% in 2025. That falls in the acceptable range according to industry standards. Notably, we are seeing users experience less challenges. The UX team research found a 45% reduction in complaints. That is one of the clearest signs that user experience is improving. We have also learned that access continues to matter most. First, users are accessing our services across devices, which means mobile access cannot be treated as secondary. Second, multilingual access is meeting a real need. For instance, the data shows 70,000 users engaging in Spanish. And third, we have learned that access in both finding and understanding information. While we have made progress in plain language, our current readability level remains around the 10th to 12th grade level, which suggests there is still room to simplify content. Our focus for the final framework year and beyond is to scale what is working and address the gaps we now understand more clearly. A major next step is modernization of our external website. We also plan to add a chatbot to provide after-hours support with multilingual capability as part of the long-term roadmap. Additionally, we are continuing to revise our publications to include more plain language. Finally, we want to strengthen the feedback loop between digital services and real-world user experience. By partnering with our customer outreach division and attending events in rural areas, we can observe how members experience our website and use those insights to make improvements. Our goal is to continue embedding accessibility into how we design and deliver digital services so that access becomes more consistent, measurable, and sustainable over time. With that, I turn it back to you, Sherry.
Wow, Stevenson, thank you so much. You know, designing and creating access for people welcomes them into work and life in new ways. When our team members, when they use what you've built, that's no longer about technology. It's about what it feels like to work here. When our members use what you've built, that's what it feels like to be served by us. So that's where we'll go next, which we will turn our attention to customer services. Kim Malm, our Deputy Executive Officer of Customer Services and Support, and David Rubio, our Chief of Customer Education and Outreach, will share how they are creating the conditions where every member can thrive. They are ensuring interactions are carefully designed to be inclusive, cultivating trust, and ensuring that our members are treated with care and dignity. Kim.
Thanks, Sherry. I actually like the word outcome, David, so maybe we need to think about that. Good morning, Kim Malm, CalPERS team. David and I are here to share how the Customer Services and Support branch is assisting in our DEI journey by breaking down location and language barriers for our members to expand our access in reaching and communicating with them. David then will share the evolution of our journey in recent years. Next slide, please. To start, I'll outline how we've addressed location barriers in order to better serve our members. As you know, we operate 8 regional offices across Northern, Central, and Southern California to provide counseling sessions to our members. In response to COVID-19, these offices began offering virtual counseling sessions, which have proven especially beneficial for our out-of-state members or those unable to visit an office in person. During this fiscal year, we conducted over 103,000 counseling sessions for our membership, over 35,000 of them being virtual. In addition, we offer a comprehensive schedule of member and employer education classes throughout the year. This past fiscal year, over 711 classes were presented to members both in person and virtually, and 584 of those additional classes were presented to employers. Recognizing that many members are unable to attend during standard business hours, we provide courses on Saturdays, late afternoons, and evenings. Additionally, we organize 3 in-person CalPERS benefit education events in diverse locations around the state. These events take place on Fridays and Saturdays, ensuring accessibility for individuals that cannot attend during weekdays. Each year, we also hold 2 virtual CBs to support those unable to travel to an event. A particularly significant initiative is our emergency retirement services. In cases of imminent need, regional office team members will visit hospitals or homes to assist with retirement paperwork. In this fiscal year, we had 85 emergency retirements. Next slide, please. Transitioning to language accessibility, our contact center, which answers approximately 1 million calls, supports members in all languages, including using TTY for hearing impaired individuals. The call center utilizes a contracted translation service that enables agents to communicate seamlessly with members in their preferred language. During the year, the service was used over 4,300 times, with Spanish being the most frequently requested language. Regional offices also offer counseling in multiple languages. There are 7 Spanish certified counselors distributed across 5 of our regional offices. Most of our offices have one certified counselor, while the Glendale office has 3 due to the large number of Spanish language requests. These team members receive a $200 pay differential for providing services in Spanish and meeting the pay differential requirement. Additional team members may assist on a voluntary basis when needed. All divisions within customer services offer assistance in various languages for back office requests, such as service credit purchases or survivor benefits. Support is provided either by providing a bilingual team member or consulting the CalPERS language list, which identifies staff throughout the organization who can assist with translation, like Miguel Silva. Hot off the presses, there are 3 classes now delivered in Spanish, including one available on the CalPERS YouTube channel for convenient viewing. The most recent offering, Health into Retirement, was presented at the Santa Clara CB on July 10th and 11th, just this last weekend. We're proud of our team's dedication to overcoming barriers related to location and language and to providing accessible communication and outreach for our members. Before I move off this slide, I just want to mention that this year's Apex recipients included one of our Spanish certified counselors, Wendy Figueroa. She's one of the trainers from the Orange Regional Office and provided our very first in-office Spanish class and is in the Spanish class video that you will find posted on our CalPERS YouTube channel. Now, at this time, I'll hand this over to David, who will discuss the evolution of our first language program, including the latest updates in our future direction.
Thank you, Kim. Good morning. My name is David Rubio, CalPERS team member. I'm going to step you through the evolution of our first language program. In 2023, we conducted an analysis of our existing member data to determine which language services were most requested at our regional offices. The results showed that 98% of our members preferred English as their primary choice. Of the remaining 2% who requested a language other than English, approximately 92% chose Spanish as their preferred language. Apart from English and Spanish, the top 3 remaining languages requested were Cantonese, Tagalog, and Mandarin, with Mandarin being equally popular as Tagalog within the contact center. We cross-checked this information with data from the U.S. Census Bureau for the California population, confirming that Spanish was the most common language spoken other than English. Based on these findings, we translated our internal regional office reference documents into Spanish, Cantonese, and Tagalog. There's limited demand at the regional offices for Mandarin translations, which is confined really to the contact center. These documents help our counselors use consistent terminology when assisting our members. We specifically translated a glossary of terms, the retirement options descriptions, and the retirement planning checklist. Next, we initiated the translation of our first class in Spanish called Planning Your Retirement Basics. We already offer this class in English. The written materials were translated into Spanish by a vendor, as we only have verbal certified translators. We translated the presentation, the class notes, the survey, the marketing material. We successfully piloted this class at 5 employer locations with an approximate total attendance of 80 members and 100% satisfaction. Again, back to the theme of meeting members where they are. As Kim mentioned, we also created a video of this class that is posted on our YouTube channel. Our second class delivered in Spanish is called Basics of Your Retirement Application and Beyond. We followed the same translation approach as the first class, ensuring both the training and all supporting materials were available in Spanish. This time, we also created a marketing email with the subject line in Spanish, which received positive feedback as many members reported that they opened and read the email because of the Spanish subject line. We tested the class by hosting it at our Orange Regional Office from 5 to 6:30 p.m. to accommodate the most common schedule constraints of this target population of Spanish speakers over 50 with 5 years of service. Typically, these members include janitorial staff, landscapers, cafeteria workers that can attend during a normal workday. We hoped for 20 to 25 attendees, but we had over 70 members attend with 100% satisfaction. Next, I'm excited to share some of our latest developments. Members can now search, filter, and register for Spanish-only classes in My CalPERS. Members can also self-check in at their select their preferred language at a regional office counseling session. They've always had the ability to do this when they schedule their appointment, but now when they come to an office, if they've forgotten to do that, they can let us know when they come in for their appointment. And as has been mentioned previously, we piloted a new Spanish class at the Santa Clara CB called Health into Retirement, and a modified version of the Planning Your Retirement Basics class this past Friday and Saturday. For our future developments, you heard some of this in previous comments, we'll be exploring tools that will enable members to translate any of our video recorded classes to their preferred language. And we'll also be enhancing our Spanish language education program in fiscal year 26-27 by developing recommendations for enhanced content and optimal class scheduling during peak retirement planning months. This concludes our presentation on improving the customer experience by overcoming location and language barriers, and I'll turn this back over to Sherry. Thank you.
David and Kim, thank you so much.
Sherry, I have a board member that would like to ask questions. It's Melissa.
Sure, yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This is less asking question, but just I'm so impressed, David. You know what I'm going to say. Like, this wasn't phenomenal. The fact that what we have done in just a very short amount of time means a tremendous amount to the members that I talk to, especially in the Spanish language. I was able to attend the Santa Clara CBE this last Friday and Saturday, and I did not write everybody's name down, but I wanted to shout out how amazing it was watching our members connect to the staff and get their questions answered, and the power of attorney line never went down. But Victor was phenomenal presenter. Adam and Gabby were both phenomenal. Everywhere I turned, David, you were there. So either you were following me or you were everywhere. And Kaylee never stopped for even a second. Like, I saw her just briefly as a flash. I also want to shout out the Fresno Field team members. I know they provided a lot of the Spanish language translation. And a moment that I sat in on the Spanish language class, and it was phenomenal. Like, I can't say enough about what watching these members, the lights in their eyes as they're getting information. That's hard enough if it's not. Like, this stuff, retirement formulas and survivor benefit designations and just all of the verbiage and the language and the concepts are so complicated if it's not even in your first language. So having access to that in a language that you understand and the words you use when you talk to your kids, your family, your moms, your dads about this type of work, having access to that was really amazing. And nobody wanted to leave after the first class. Like, the room just stayed still, and the questions that were being asked, and people were talking amongst themselves afterwards in Spanish, right? Like, and that's just something that I know is different. I know they walked away less confused, maybe not 100% not confused, but less confused than they would have otherwise. And I just want to credit your group and your team and CalPERS leadership for that phenomenal moment of time. And I'm looking forward to a lot more of those. So thank you guys so much.
Board Member Willett, I think you've underscored what it means to expand access, strengthen conditions, and open pathways to information and support so that our members have what they need at the most important time of their lives in a way that meets them where they are. So thank you for those comments. Thank you, David and Kim. And for every impact we have on our members, one that is incredibly important is the impact that we have on their health. So that's where we're going next. Dr. Julia Logan, our Chief Clinical Officer, will take us through the work closest to our members' lives, making sure they and their families can actually attain the highest level of health possible with real access to quality and affordable care. Dr. Logan.
Thank you, Sherry. And thank you, everybody. Julia Logan, CalPERS team member. I'm very grateful to be here today to share our progress on advancing health equity. As you know, and as we just discussed in the last session, our members are at the center of everything we do and every decision we make. Each member deserves to have access to equitable, high quality, and affordable health care. I'll start by sharing the foundation that we've built over the past 5 years. Prior to 2021, we didn't have a systematic approach to assess or improve health disparities among our members. 5 years later, we've created a foundation for health equity, which includes strong and statewide aligned health equity requirements in our health plan contracts, such as requiring health plans to have a disparity reduction plan, a member advisory committee to ensure that plans are addressing member concerns, and requirements to have staff that can serve the needs of our diverse membership. Demographic data requirements, and stratified clinical quality measures, both of which I'll touch on more in a moment. an updated, more inclusive benefit design across all of our plans, such as standard travel benefits, doula, and most recently, and we're very proud of this, family building benefits, and communicating open enrollment information in Spanish through our open enrollment newsletter, and requiring health plans to provide interpreters upon member request. We also require health plans to provide training regarding its language assistant programs to all team members and network providers. Next, I'll dive into the evolution of our demographic data. Prior to 2021, we didn't systematically collect demographic data. This meant that while we could look at general nationwide trends on disparities, it was really hard to identify trends in our specific population, which meant we couldn't improve on what we didn't know. In 2021, as you know, we launched the Health Demographic Profile for CalPERS, where members can voluntarily tell us their race, ethnicity, preferred language, sexual orientation, and gender identity. To date, more than 236,000 members have reported this information to us, and we continue our work to collect data from our members. We're currently in the process of updating the health demographic profile to align with updated national standards and state laws. We now also require our health plans to collect demographic data, allowing them to support their members in accordance with their members' preferences and needs. And finally, we require our health plans to report our quality alignment measure set, which we talked about yesterday, known as QAMS, by race and ethnicity, so that we can work with them to actively monitor and address disparities. While we've laid a foundation for health equity, the health equity climate nationally, as you know, is changing and uncertain. These changes include the National Committee for Quality Assurance, or NCQA, weakening their health equity accreditation standards so much that it was no longer an equity framework that we could use meaningfully. There are also immunization challenges. We're seeing declining immunization rates across the country. Transgender care for youth. Health systems and providers across the country and in California have retreated from providing essential gender-affirming care services due to fear of funding cuts or criminal actions. Sexual orientation and gender identity data collection. With threats directed at the LGBTQ+ community, many feel unsafe in providing this information. So how do we make progress amidst all of these challenges? Well, simply we continue our work. We built our health equity framework on evidence and on the belief that everyone deserves access to high quality care when and where they need it. Nothing about that has changed. We stand with our state purchaser partners, Cover California and DHCS, to address challenges together. We work together to address NCQA's health equity accreditation change and bolstered our own contracts together to ensure that we all maintain the original standards, which aligned with our goal of advancing health equity. We advocated with a unified voice publicly for policies that improve healthcare quality, access, and affordability through testimony at the federal level, publications, and comment letters. For example, we partnered with Covered California to advocate for continued access to evidence-based gender-affirming care for youth. Together, we also convene our health plan partners and leaders to address transgender care and immunization challenges. Next, I wanted to share a few data points in our analysis of the quality alignment measure set, stratified by race and ethnicity. Based on our 2024 results, we found that for colorectal cancer screening, when compared with other groups, racial minority populations were less likely to receive colorectal cancer screening, with the Hispanic population being the least likely. For diabetes control, the Hispanic population was less likely to have their diabetes adequately controlled. And for controlling high blood pressure, more health plans did not meet our benchmark for the Black and African American and Asian populations when compared to other groups. There are some limitations to this data that we're working through. For several measures, the number of eligible members in that subpopulation aren't sufficient for drawing reliable conclusions about differences in outcomes. However, we're further than we were and have more insight into our members' health care than we did a few years ago. Clearly, there's a lot of work to be done, and we continue working with our health plans to improve the data and address these disparities through individualized member interventions rather than the generic interventions of just a few years ago. Next slide, please. I also want to highlight additional initiatives that we're working on because it's what we do with the data that ultimately creates long-term value for our members. So first, starting this year, we're holding our plans financially accountable for performance on the QAMs by race and ethnicity. This means that for the first time, plans will need to meet the same benchmark for each subpopulation. We expect this to drive more investment in addressing and eliminating disparities and to improve care for all of our members. Additionally, because access to care across our diverse membership is an essential and ongoing challenge, especially in certain geographic areas, we're working, as we talked about yesterday, to set up primary care clinics in our PPOs. And I want to end on the note that our members are more than just numbers and the data that we all collect. And we will continue our health equity work through access interventions, state and federal advocacy, and alignment to ensure that every member and each member has access to high quality, equitable care when and where they need it. Thank you very much. I'll pass it to you, Sherry.
Thank you so much, Dr. Logan. Our health pillar demonstrates the power of building capability over time, advancing conditions for equitable, high-quality care. It shows how clarity and evidence and partnership create the conditions for stronger outcomes. Next, we will spend time with our investment manager, Miguel Silva, and our managing investment director, Peter Chanin, who will share how the balance between purpose and performance are delivering long-term...
Sherry, sorry.
Sorry, was there...
You're in the middle of talking, but I do have a question.
Sure. I'll pause.
It's actually not a question, it's a comment, and it's a thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, can I respond to the thank you?
Yeah.
Thank you for your thank you, and really, the work is really across all of our health branch. I mean, each and every person really believes in what I just said and lives it every day, so thank you.
All right, Sherry.
I love holding space for gratitude. I think it's how we started the conversation, so it's all welcome. Thank you. So we will next go to Miguel Silva and Peter Chanin.
Thank you, Sherry. Over the last 5 years, one of the challenges we've been focused on is ensuring CalPERS has access to the next generation of investment management talent. Institutional capital naturally gravitates towards large, established firms with long track records, significant infrastructure, and existing relationships. For large asset owners like CalPERS, there's a natural pull toward larger, more meaningful allocations to managers. While those managers remain important partners, that dynamic can make it more difficult on smaller, emerging, and diverse firms to access institutional capital and can limit exposure to differentiated talent, sourcing network, and investment opportunities. The challenge was building a scalable and repeatable framework that allows CalPERS to identify emerging and diverse talent while maintaining fiduciary rigor and portfolio discipline. Next slide, please. Over the last 5 years, we've seen meaningful evolution in how this work is approached across the investment office. Historically, emerging manager activity rarely occurs within the individual asset classes. However, more recently, our private equity team has worked to develop sourcing strategies, strategic relationships, and institutional capabilities designed to identify and access next generation investment talent. Since January 2022, CalPERS has invested more than $6 billion with emerging managers and committed $1 billion to TPG Next and GCM Elevate, as well as approximately $21 billion to diverse managers, as stated in our AB 890 report. The current evolution taking place is integrating the Sustainable Investments team to collaborate and work alongside the asset classes to add a layer of expertise and complement the asset classes. It's moved from independent efforts occurring within the asset classes toward greater collaboration, shared learning, and strategic alignment across the investment office. We have several important takeaways from our experience of investing with emerging managers. First, emerging managers can generate strong performance. In private equity, we've seen strong performance from emerging and diverse managers, and continued evidence that identifying talented managers earlier in their life cycle can create value for the portfolio. Second, there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Emerging manager opportunities can vary across asset classes, strategies, and they must be tailored to the characteristics and objectives of each market. Third, we've learned that building a sourcing capability is only the first step. Fully realizing its value requires collaboration across investment teams, integration into portfolio construction discussions, and strong leadership engagement from all levels of the investment office management teams, from managing investment directors to deputy CIOs and our CIO. Identifying emerging talent is important, but creating pathways for that talent to compete for capital alongside more established managers is where much of the work remains. Looking ahead, we're focused on expanding collaboration with private debt and real assets teams, increasing integration into investment discussions, and strengthening INVO executive leadership engagement around emerging manager opportunities. In November, we'll be reporting out the results of our latest Lenox Park Partnership Insights Survey of our external managers. We have already begun planning for the CalPERS Catalyst Emerging and Diverse Manager Forum next year. Ultimately, the goal is to ensure CalPERS access to differentiated investment talent and opportunities wherever they can help advance the fund's long-term investment objectives. I'll turn it over to Peter to share additional investment office.
Thank you, Miguel. It's my pleasure to present on how CalPERS integrates human capital management into our investment process. CalPERS consistently advocates for policies and regulations that support human capital management. We do this because we believe that CalPERS has long-term value creation through effective management of three forms of capital: financial, physical, and human. This is our investment belief number 4. We do so through comment letters, meetings with policymakers and regulators, and through partnerships with organizations such as the Human Capital Management Coalition. As an example of this work in action, we advocated to the Department of Labor to create a clear federal standard that helps businesses manage heat-related risks, since more jobs are being exposed to heat-related injuries. Such advocacy aligns with our own labor principles that detail our expectations for our asset managers and for their portfolio companies vis-a-vis their workers. CalPERS labor principles refer to seeking to support and improve the well-being of employees as part of human capital management strategy that includes providing a safe and healthy workplace. Next, I'd like to speak to our corporate governance and stewardship activities. CalPERS' stewardship approach is grounded in the belief that diverse perspectives and effective governance can contribute to stronger decision-making and better long-term investment outcomes. Even in a challenged environment, CalPERS has continued to take action and hold companies accountable. In 2025, we voted against more than 1,300 directors globally due to board composition and governance practices. And we engaged 16 portfolio companies that had rolled back diversity-related governance initiatives. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. I don't think I see any questions before you start.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter and Miguel. This work reflects what's possible when strategy and governance and execution work together. It positions us to create greater value across all of our asset classes and our total portfolio approach, while remaining true to our values and our promise to our beneficiaries so that they have what they need to thrive. Finally, Dallas Stone, our Division Chief of Operations Support Services, will share how procurement opportunities expand when barriers are removed and pathways are widened. It strengthens the ecosystem around us, growing access, deepening partnerships, and amplifying value for the communities we serve. Dallas.
Thank you, Sherry. Dallas Stone, CalPERS team. Supplier diversity is a business strategy that encourages organizations to source goods and services from suppliers owned by underrepresented groups. Strengthening supplier diversity helps build a more inclusive supply chain, supports entrepreneurship in diverse communities, and gives CalPERS access to a wider pool of suppliers, which can lead to more competition, high quality outcomes, and better pricing. Over the last 4 years, we have approached supplier diversity in 3 main ways. The Voluntary Statistical Data Sheet Survey, which I'll refer to as the survey, our Small Business and Disabled Veteran Business Enterprise Program, which we call the program, and our contracting and procurement processes. Let's start with the survey. This is an annual DGS required survey, and it is voluntary for all of the vendors that we do business with. And it collects demographic information about folks that we do business with daily. The first year we deployed the survey, we converted it to an electronic format, and it added it to all of our purchase orders through confirmation emails, which worked very well for us. However, response rates declined in years 2 and 3. In year 4, we shifted our approach and deployed a targeted standalone email campaign to all vendors who received a purchase order at the end of the fiscal year. That approach provided more context and a clear call to action, and our response rate increased by 51% from year 1. Going forward, we will provide continued education about the purpose of the survey and encourage all suppliers to participate. We also plan to enhance the survey so we can better identify additional groups like those with disabilities, veterans, and businesses located in geographically and economically distressed areas. Next slide. That leads to our second strategy, the Small Business and Disabled Veteran Business Enterprise. The program was established in response to several pieces of legislation that required mandatory participation rates on government contracts with certified businesses and provided direction about how government agencies should comply. In response, CalPERS established 2 major commitments several years ago. 25% of total contract and procurement dollars would be spent with certified small businesses, and 3% of all eligible contracts over $50,000 would be spent with certified DVBE organizations. I do want to note that CalPERS went beyond the legal requirement for DVBEs, committing to 3% participation on each contract, rather than 3% of total contract and procurement dollars. As you'll see on the next slide, this approach has helped us exceed the 3% minimum requirement. More recently, Assembly Bill 2019 was implemented to add further support and requires a new level of effort focused on how much each agency invests in program education, outreach, contracting inclusion. That effort is now tracked annually in what is called the Economic Equity First Action Plan. As a result, we implemented 2 new policies. The Program First policy, which requires CalPERS to give first consideration to California certified vendors during the procurement process. Second, the DVBE compliance policy, which helps ensure vendors meet the minimum participation requirement and provides guidance to our program areas and contract managers on DVBE contract management expectations and procedures. All of our efforts have made it possible for CalPERS to exceed both its small business and DVBE goals year after year. This accomplishment is one that the team is very proud of, and we have been formally recognized by outside agencies for managing a high-quality advocate program. Over the last few years, CalPERS has received two bronze and 1 gold Advocate of the Year award. We also received a Special Achievement Award in 2022 for prioritizing DVBE participation during the remote work transition, when we needed a significant amount of IT equipment to keep the enterprise running smoothly. Now let's talk about our contracting and procurement process. This is the third way we support supplier diversity. CalPERS offers several ways for vendors to do business with us, including invitation for bids, request for proposal, spring-fed pools, and vendor pools. Vendors can view these opportunities on the CalPERS website and through targeted email notifications. One area we have invested significantly in is our spring-fed pool, or SFP. This solicitation type allows a pool of awarded contractors to bid on one or more service categories. This contracting method has been instrumental in expanding our supplier pools. As the chart shows, we see about 20 more vendors per year when we use a spring-fed pool compared to a regular request for proposal. What we have learned is that a larger pool leads to more diverse vendor participation. To continue this positive trajectory, we plan to remove barriers to entry by increasing visibility and implement strategic digital outreach marketing efforts to increase awareness of our contracting and procurement opportunities. This will include automated emails, newsletters, and social media campaigns designed to educate, inform, and foster mutually beneficial partnerships between businesses and community organizations. It will also help us reach potential business partners we may not otherwise connect with, rather than relying on only those already in our system or by finding us by chance. These efforts will require more than external buy-in. It will also require an internal culture shift. We want all internal stakeholders to understand the importance of supplier diversity and recognize the role they play when supporting it. To measure and track that progress, we plan to create and deploy surveys that assess understanding, buy-in, and satisfaction. The goal is to foster workplace culture and vendor relationships that proactively add value to each contract and procurement opportunity by building strategic outreach lists for every opportunity. One example of what this can look like in practice is Stanfield Systems. The owner, Dave Doherty, and his partners are Air Force veterans who started this IT consulting firm back in 2000. A few years ago, when one of our vendors partnered with Stanfield Systems, they only received one opportunity to subcontract on a CalPERS contract. Fast forward 4 years. Because of the trust Stanfield Systems was able to build with their prime contractor, they have received 11 opportunities to subcontract. Additionally, because of the quality of the work they provided and the trust they gained with CalPERS, they had 3 people named as key personnel on a total of 5 contracts. This is important because it allows Stanfield Systems to take their subcontracting partnerships to another level where they are allowed to direct and have specialized access to CalPERS to help the prime vendor fulfill contractual obligations. This kind of growth is exactly what we want to support: long-term relationships that create opportunity and strengthen the supplier community. Over the past 4 years, we have supported our work on supplier diversity through training, education, outreach, and internal engagement. We have hosted contract and procurement training, updated required contract management training, strengthened our live DVBE tracking system, refreshed our intranet resources, and built our economic equity first action plan with clear goals and strategies. Looking ahead, we will continue to invest in training, education, outreach, and communication to expand our supplier participation and deepen engagement. Our focus will remain on building awareness, removing barriers, and creating more opportunities for meaningful partnerships. Examples of this can include working with our external partners to host best practice working sessions between CalPERS contract managers, current vendors in the pool, and interested vendors looking to join the pool, hosting quarterly or educational external webinars, partnering with public affairs to deploy targeted email and newsletter campaigns, and creating internal e-bulletins and newsletters to ensure continuous education and foster culture shift. At the end of the day, supplier diversity is about access, opportunity, and impact. By strengthening and executing the goals we have outlined today, we hope to increase internal stakeholder buy-in, expand our pool of potential suppliers across all contract types, and increase engagement with business partners via events and targeted digital marketing efforts. Thank you, and I will turn it back to Sherry with the next slide.
Thank you so much, Dallas. What you shared reflects a system committed to expanding opportunity and delivering meaningful value, both for today and for years to come, so thank you. Our framework shows a system designed by intention, strengthened by discipline, and elevated through integration. This work reflects the foundation and shows how far we've come and how prepared we are for what comes next. You've just heard from each pillar. They've shared the work that's ahead. Now I want to share 4 additional bodies of work that have surfaced from the maturity of our framework over the last 4 years. This work doesn't belong to any one pillar. It sits one level above. Consider it infrastructure that enhances the framework's capabilities across all of the pillars, from effect to connectedness, from adoption to integration. The first is the inclusion planning process, and we are going to begin this work this year. As the work of the framework has matured, we've looked closely at how it moves from intention to execution, from plan to outcome, and we found an opportunity. We have a strategic plan. We have a framework built to last. What we need is the connective tissue between them, a disciplined, reoccurring process that keeps us asking, is this still the right work? Is it sequenced for the greatest impact? What has changed in the landscape, and what is it telling us? The inclusion planning process isn't separate from the framework. It's the calibration rhythm. It sits ahead of the enterprise planning cycle. It pressure tests our assumptions, examines our progress, reads the landscape, and asks the hard questions before we commit to the next year's execution. It creates space for the and when the moment calls for one, and the discipline to recalibrate when the evidence points somewhere new. And eventually, every branch will have a plan for how we are creating the conditions where our people can thrive, and a plan for how that commitment lives in the work that we deliver for our members, employers, team members, stakeholders, and communities. These plans will feed work inside the pillars, and thus the entire enterprise business process, strategic plans, budget cycles. This is what integration looks like in practice and at scale, and it's what will be known as the inclusion planning process. So we will begin this next year, or this year. It doesn't exist yet, but we'll design it, pilot it, and we're going to build the muscle this year. Second is our data ecosystem. We have a lot of data, as you well know, and this work has already begun. Every pillar has data. The opportunity ahead is to align on a shared lens for impact, a common way to understand what impact is, how we measure it, and what it means. A discipline for measuring impact in addition to reporting on activity and milestones. We're running a pilot right now. Michelle spoke about this earlier in the talent and culture pillar. We're working with our strategy projects and data analytics division. We have deliberately started with talent and culture because our people are the engine that drive our purpose. We're naming the systems our data comes from, aligning who has access and what that data can responsibly be used for. We're defining for each area what impact actually means and how we measure it. Why? Because data informed is what allows us to know. And data-based decision-making allows us to intentionally and deliberately create the conditions to deliver a best day at CalPERS for our team members and those we serve. We'll be able to demonstrate impact with evidence, and it's what positions us to lead and inform across every field we depend on to deliver on the promise of our purpose. The third is an enterprise accessibility strategy. This work we will usher in the new strategic plan in 2027. We made a realization this year, and you saw some of it displayed today. 3 of our leaders spoke to accessibility inside of their pillar: talent and culture, customer experience, IT. It also lives in operations and support and communications and stakeholder relations. We've been doing this work everywhere. Each pillar has been doing their own piece responsibly and maturing the work. And here's what's powerful. We together recognize that we have the opportunity and we are ready to build an enterprise-wide accessibility strategy. We estimate that nearly 500,000 of our members and hundreds of our employees are living with a disability. In addition, an estimated 15 to 20% of our members and employees are neurodivergent. Add the many languages spoken by those we serve and those who work here, and the opportunity becomes very clear. This is our moment to move from good to great. We're embedding accessibility into the strategic plan. You saw that earlier in our conversation, adding the A into our objective and thus creating an accessibility strategy that ensures every member, every employee, stakeholder, visitor can access our services, information, technology, and facilities with independence, with dignity, and with consistency. Finally, let's talk about communities, partnerships, and experiences. Employee communities often begin as affinity groups. That's how it started here, and it's important. What we're building is larger, a structure where everyone can find connection and belonging. Communities that span affinity, well-being, business, and service, paired with the experiences that bring them to life. And it works. Belonging has risen across our teams over the last 5 years. Our community members have plainly shared with us, communities play a role, and so do experiences. And we have an opportunity to expand the value these communities create. When they're built well, they become directly tied to how we attract, retain, develop, and recognize talent. This is not a nice to have, but it's a lever that we need to drive performance and create the conditions where our people can thrive and deliver a best day at CalPERS. And the timing matters. What we're building is not a new version of an old practice. It's a foundational innovation for resilience. Communities are proving to be the critical success factor for transformation of any kind. And we're entering a profound era of transformation both inside and outside of this organization. When we care for our people through change, we demonstrate that we value them. And this protects our performance and ultimately our purpose. This work will begin this year in the final year of the strategic plan, and it will grow into the next. We will build the structure so that communities and experiences become lasting sources of belonging, performance, and resilience for years to come. So let me go back to where we began. We are good. By every recognized measure, we have built something real. And everything you've heard today proves it. In where we've been, in where we are, the work of the pillars is driving incredible outcomes. It's real, it's committed, and we are ready to go from good to great. Good is not one thing. It is not a single program or a single year. It is the discipline to calibrate, the intention to move as one, and most importantly, to choose the right work and demonstrate the impact with evidence. It is a journey, and for an institution whose purpose has to last forever, the work is never finished. Each pillar of our framework is delivering now, and we will begin to build newness together, newness that serves one intention: to create the conditions where our people can be their best and do their best work. When we create those conditions, we drive performance, which allows us to deliver on the promise of our purpose to pay a pension and provide health benefits to our members and their families for generations. We will be back in front of you in February. We're excited to share with you our progress on how we're moving from good to great with discipline, integration, and intention. You see, this is how every single day we strive to create the conditions where people can thrive and we can deliver a best day at CalPERS. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank everyone. So I'm not sure where we're at. I know that we have another presentation and we're kind of working through lunch.
Yep.
Was it supposed to be delivered here?
1 o'clock. They'll be available at 1.
Okay. And it
President
is in here.
President Taylor, actually the box lunches are available right now if that's an option. They're straight out the doors in the staff room across from us here. So I just
Oh.
wanted you to know that they are there if we want them.
Okay, perfect. So you guys, does everybody want to grab their lunch and eat while we have the next presentation, or do you want to wait until we go? Let's go get them. All right, let's take a quick break. All right, so let's take about 7 minutes is what I've got to go get our lunch.
I know that sounded really bad when I groaned getting up.
So right now we're having the CalPERS Board DE&I Consulting Services Work Plan Review. This is an action item, so once they've presented this, the board does have to vote, yay or nay. So I'd like to introduce Chanin Kelly-Rae, President and CEO of the Chanin Kelly-Rae Consulting LLC, and Miriam Hawkins, Senior Data Analyst of Chanin Kelly-Rae Consulting. So take it away.
Thank you. I should explain, because you have Dr. Michael Washington's name there. I explained to several members and some staff last week that on Thursday, Dr. Washington had a very unfortunate pickleball accident last Thursday and ended up leaving the YMCA via ambulance, and he has to this week have surgery to repair a tendon tear or something in his knee. And so as someone who has been a tennis coach and a tennis player in high school and beyond, I said the first problem was that you're doing a pretend sport. This thing that is pretending to be tennis. But beyond that, he was trying to figure out how to come with his leg all in a brace from the hip to the ankle, and I said, no, that is not possible given that you have a couple of days to have surgery. So he sends his apologies. We wish that he could have joined us, but he's here in spirit.
Thank you.
I wanted to start with the purpose of our having this conversation today and why it matters. Now, I've had the opportunity to, for days, and then especially today, listen to presentations, and so see what everyone submitted and to hear the stories and conversations. And I know that if you look at the news and social media and in comment threads, diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, A, B, including accessibility and belonging, has become a boogeyman. And we're looking for things that are lawful and unlawful in this space of DEI. But you cannot help but to listen to the stories shared by Stephenson today and shared by Michael and Brad and Sherry and Monica and Doug and all of the folks presenting today. It's impossible to hear the stories and what the focuses are and not see that increasing access, creating systemic change in framework so that you're not solving for a problem for one person, but you improve a system that it works for everyone, that you don't have to keep wash, rinse, and repeat to figure out how you solve one problem that becomes a challenge or an opportunity for lots of people that you serve. Because my feeling, my strong feeling, is that to improve inclusion so that you improve systems, so that you improve outcomes for everybody, is what you've always been doing. I don't think that there's anyone on the board or on the staff in this room that cannot say, I show up every day so that what we are doing is improving the lives and outcomes of all of the people that we are entrusted to serve. That is DEI, A, B. That is, how can we make sure that CalPERS is the thing that is right in everyone's lives and not the thing that is the obstacle? And so that is what I was so excited, Miriam and I, to hear today, because you're starting from this place that you're so many steps ahead already, and that you've been doing this work, and that it's embedded in the DNA of this organization and the people that are serving. So I wanted to make sure that I talked about why this work matters for the board and our engagement with the board, because it provides a clear and compliant work plan that strengthens performance and protects fiduciary standing. It is to protect the mission and its members through an equitable, consistent process that supports how CalPERS serves a large and diverse membership. When it comes to risk and compliance, there is a proactive and not a reactive approach. People think that we have these conversations because something has gone wrong, someone has been sued, someone has had a misstep. But to do this work proactively means that you're asking the right questions to the right people to get to the right outcomes to improve the work that is being done. And then when it comes to performance, An inclusive, well-governed practice supports talent, culture, durable organizational results, and it aligns with the organization's DEI pillars. And those DEI pillars come up a lot in what we talk about and what we do. When it comes to authorizing, why now? Because we're at the very beginning. We've worked with staff and leaders to build the infrastructure to do the work. We've worked to talk about how the work will be done, what process will be engaged, and who we had to talk to, so we knew who our internal partners were. We knew what those working relationships would look like. We knew the cadence of meetings with board members and board presentations. So we wanted to make sure that we had everything prepared and in place to jump in and then start doing the work. And so we are asking today to authorize the proposed plan that allows us to move forward with the approval of the board, so that we have a clear process and we're aligned. We have an alignment in terms of expectations. We like to under-promise and over-deliver. We want to always exceed expectations, so that when our time comes to an end a long, long time from now, that we feel like we were clear, we were aligned, there was consistency, we manage expectations, but we're able to do that through the lens of strong fiduciary responsibility and meeting the expectations, the needs, and to improve both the organization, but also in helping to grow and improve the organization and the board, the experience of those people that depend on all of us doing the work well that we do across California and beyond. And please let me know when questions come up so that we don't keep talking. So the decision point for the full board, as we go through, Dr. Hawkins and I, the presentation to familiarize you with the work that has been engaged. We want to make sure that the scope of the work and the plan for delivering it is something that, as it's presented, meets your approval, or that you want to talk about different adjustments or expectations or hopes for what we would be doing. So option A, to approve the work plan as presented, or option B, to approve the work plan with board-directed adjustments. And those adjustments don't have to be decided today, but if there are adjustments to be discussed, we're happy to, in future conversations, talk about what that looks like, to refine and fine-tune the plan and the work that we would be endeavoring. Where the engagement stands today, again, engagement is underway. Full board authorization is the next step. We have 3 years to do this work with you. Phase 1 is in interview infrastructure, discussion guides, project management tools. All of those things are in place. And coordination to date, we've been working with Sherry and the DEI office to coordinate so that we are intentional, that we're complementary, that the left hand knows what the right is doing, but more than the left knowing what the right are doing, that those hands come together and that they're joined and we walk hand in hand in serving the needs of the organization, the board, and all of the folks that are being served. We have a dedicated CalPERS project management page that is prepared so that we can communicate in real time. Questions can be asked and answered, information and data shared, so that there is transparency, there is availability, and alignment at all times. The engagement at a glance. We are taking a four-phased approach. The first phase is leadership interviews that allows for us to get insight into the thinking and preparedness of leaders in making tough decisions around diversity, equity, inclusion, access, and belonging. Dr. Hawkins will explain these in detail more. Phase 2 is the program review and assessment to look at how CalPERS presents on paper. What is it that you've promised to do? And when we look at the data, and I got to tell you, for the presentations today and all of the data, I was so excited because you're looking at two data wonks, data nerds, and we were in the back saying, oh my God, look at the data, look what they're doing. And look at the health equity data and look at the information. Because we are those folks that will look at the data, at the different health systems, and look at the health improvement plans. We'll look at the health needs assessments, and some of you are thinking, she knows population health right now. But those are things that we look at to look at the overall health and to give advice and counsel. But so many more places where we collect qualitative and quantitative data for assessment. Action plan recommendations are part of phase 3. And then, of course, phase 4 is implementation support. When we looked at those 5 pillars, culture, talent, health, equity, investments, and supplier diversity, those are those things that we align all of our initiatives, all of our data gathering, and strategic insights around, so that the language that we speak is the language that you speak, so that we're talking apples to apples and oranges to oranges.
So the work plan, can everyone hear me okay? There we go. So as Chanin just mentioned, that's kind of high level what the work plan looks like. I'm going to kind of walk through a little bit more specifics around what we would actually do. So as mentioned earlier, we do have a phased approach. So high level phase 1 is our leadership interviews. Some of the key deliverables that are coming out of that phase would be interviews with our key stakeholders, summary reports, and some strategic conversations. Phase 2 is our program review and assessment. So in here, we're really focused on policies, programs, culture. During this phase is when we really start to benchmark and where we start to, as Chanin would say, our data nerds would start to come into play, myself and Dr. Washington. But through that phase, we would do a gap analysis, a benchmark report, SWOT analysis, our compliance review, and our assessment reports. Phase 3, that's where we really take our data and we start to action on it. How can we look at it? How can we create recommendations based on what our data is saying? So during this time, that's when we were looking at our multi-year DEI action plan. And then some of the key deliverables coming out of this particular phase are our strategic action plan, our monitoring framework, and then what are some of the best practices, right? So during this phase, what are we doing well, but what can we improve on? And then phase 4, that's really where we get into that sustainability, right? So that implementation support. How do we operationalize the plan? How do we monitor our outcomes? And then how do we sustain our progress? During this time, that's when we start to really take the data, create some of our dashboards, communication plans, scorecards, and then just overall long-term metrics. So what's that engagement look like during those how do we engage us with advancing our pillars, right? So if we look at culturally, how do we take our work plan and engage that to advance our cultural pillar? So we're gonna assess the climate and belonging. We're gonna set cultural goals and monitoring measures within the action plan. And during that time, that's really where we're looking at phases 1 through 4. Our talent pillar, how are we going to advance that? We're going to review recruitment, advancement, retention, and succession for equal access, and then recommend transparent, compliant practices. So that's looking at phases 2 through 3. Health equity, reviewing member health programs for equitable access and outcomes, right? So that's really where we get into the nuts and bolts of me personally looking at population health. How am I looking at data from a health lens to be able to engage and advance our health equity? Investments, reviewing investment processes for equal opportunity and risk consideration. So I think about Sherry's presentation, and when we're looking at supplier diversity, right? That's when all of that data starts to really help us advance in the investments pillar. And then supplier diversity, examining procurement and supplier access processes, making recommended open and competitive practices, right? So looking at, again, during the phases 2 and 3. So this kind of goes into really the detailed nuts and bolts, right? So during phase 1, that's when we would conduct our leadership interviews. So the purpose of that would really just to be able to gather quantitative insight from the board and senior leaders so we can help inform and align on DEI vision, expectations, and strategic priorities. So some of those key activities would be confidential one-on-one interviews with board members and senior executives, and then from there, categorizing and creating thematic and sentiment analysis to identify strengths and readiness.
And one of those things that we really dig in to look for is everybody always says, I'm not a DEI expert. I don't understand what it is that I don't know. And what we try to discern from that group, both for folks, both individually and collectively, is what is the individual and collective preparedness in order to lead and advance in this space. What learning, what support, what information best prepares folks on the board and in leadership roles for the work that you're doing, to be able to lean in and to know how to look at, understand, discern, dissect, disaggregate, to better understand, to make the best decisions, to get the best possible outcomes. And so this is where we start to then close that gap. What do we learn from you? What is it that you need in terms of support, information, training, and information gathering, so that you're best positioned to feel like you can credibly and effectively make those decisions relative to this space and body of work.
And then one thing really just to kind of keep in mind too, right, like when we're going through this particular phase of the interviews, we do but we do keep it confidential, right? We're looking at things holistically, not by one particular person or one particular role. It's really to truly understand where we're sitting so that it can guide recommendations. Phase 2, that's the program review and assessment. So, we've conducted those interviews. Now we want to really start to build kind of that informed equity baseline. So during this particular phase, that's when we would assess and benchmark DEI policies, programs, and practices to establish a data-informed baseline. From there, some of the key activities that we do are policy and procedure audits across HR, procurement, investment, and health programs, environmental and transparency, and risk scans. This is usually conducted via listening sessions, equity journey mapping, and multilingual culture surveys, and we use that data to benchmark against some of our peer agencies. Phase 3, that's our recommendations, right? So we have the data, we've done our analysis, and now we really want to start to dive in and start designing that equity and measurable DEI roadmap. So the purpose of this particular phase is to develop a multi-year strategic plan to align with CalPERS. The key activities during this particular phase are co-design workshops with leadership and operational teams to draft goals and metrics under each pillar. And then all recommendations would ultimately be aligned with any KPI and tracking tools that were designed primarily during that assessment phase.
And this is where that partnership and collaboration with the Chief Diversity Officer and her team really matters, because our work will each inform the other. We have 2 separate lanes. Sherry is managing DEIA operations, information gathering, and leading that work with a team of folks internally. And then our work is to prepare and inform and work with the board in particular, the board specifically. So you have two different folks on parallel paths moving in the same direction, but working complementary. Those hands are crossed and arms are tied. We're going down that yellow brick road together, but we stay on 2 different paths that complement one another.
And then finally, we have our last phase, which is our implementation and support. So this is really where we just drive home that sustainable equity across CalPERS. The purpose of this, as mentioned previously, is to operationalize the action plan with clarity, accountability, and long-term sustainability. So some of the key activities during this particular phase include building internal capacity through coaching and facilitation, can't talk today, developing that DEI communications framework. And then this is my favorite part, because this is where I get to be a data nerd and help with training tools, building dashboards and scorecards that ultimately support that embedded process. So what does this look like, right? This is transparency and risk mitigation. We're transparent at the center. We're transparent with our data collection, with our interview design, and with any deliverable that would be provided. Compliance is embedded in every single phase that we go through. It's not treated as a downstream review step. Some of the safeguards that we look at are an equity and compliance scan at each project phase in coordination with CalPERS leadership and designees, client-facing materials focus on organizational policies and practices, and then any strategy that we come up with is going to have the ability to be audited. It will always be transparent, and we would always be able to defend our stance. And this kind of goes back to what Chanin said. You know, this is definitely a collaboration. Yes. Oh, did you have a question? Oh.
Oh, sorry. The auditability, what a word. Is that for us in case something happens? Like we get, you know, Congress calling us?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. One of our constant partners over the last couple of months has been legal. And so we always want to make sure that we're on the same page, that we're aligned, we're in lockstep. It doesn't mean that they are overseeing and silencing and slowing and shutting down the work, but we always operate under a phase to ensure that we are compliant with all applicable federal law. We're working with all applicable state law, even to the point that it, you know, if there's a municipal accountability. So everything that we do is through that lens of compliance. And so the work that we prepare, deliverables that you get will always be reviewed through several different sources, including the CalPERS legal team, to ensure that. But we also create frameworks so that we do an audit. So any advice that we give, any insight, any deliverable is always structured and prepared so that it would withstand and review any legal audit, federal audit or otherwise.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
So final deliverables and reporting, this is really my particular role with this engagement, being a data scientist, you know, really just taking the data to really truly understand how can informed decisions be made. So some of the deliverables during this phase would be the analysis of the phase 1 data, so that interview, summary report, and strategic considerations memo, the board ready assessment report, the gap analysis and SWOT analysis, which come from phase 2, the multi-year strategic action plan, the dashboards and scorecards, phases 3 through 4. And so, as mentioned previously, taking the quantitative and qualitative data to make assessments that will ultimately drive and inform some of the final decisions. So the reporting cadence that we have currently is we would be reporting to the full board at a minimum of every 6 months. I love looking at data all the time, so if anyone ever wants to listen to me, I'm happy to increase those cadences. But the 2x2 briefings between formal meetings, I'm sorry, and then we do have a dedicated Monday board that is transparent, so you can see at any phase where we're at in the deliverables process.
And we always want to make sure that we get insights, participation, and collaboration along the way. So scheduling those 2x2s with the board gives the board an opportunity to do a deep dive with us in a smaller group format, to be able to present, to process, and to ensure clarity and understanding, so that when we come back to the full board for what may be semi-annual or quarterly meetings, as work presents, then we're able to do that, so that you're getting information in real time. You have access to the information and to your consultants based on a meaningful schedule, and again, in a time that is along a schedule that's timely and valuable for you to make decisions, but always so that you are updated, aware, and informed.
I got a question from Ms. Willett.
Thank you. I don't want to get ahead of the to the board decision part, but going to the cadence and access, the reporting to the full board at minimum every 6 months, without the board making an adjustment today to, you know, quarterly, what would trigger a report to the board before 6 months?
The board requesting it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the board could request if we were to not make an adjustment to the plan today on the cadence of reporting out. So, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And this plan is fluid. If at some point you feel like or it's decided through the board that you want more regular reporting, that you want to receive information in some other way that makes sense, in a way that's usually customary for the board, we are willing to accommodate and work with in the cadence and line of business delivery that you're accustomed to.
And didn't it say here, or maybe on the other page, that
the 2x2
Yep.
briefings also will help us get informed between those meetings.
Yep, yep.
Okay.
So then you never have to worry. And then those 2x2s would cover every member of the board.
Right, and any time, right? Because
Yep.
we can go in and, looks like, schedule ourselves.
Yep.
Yeah.
There are scheduling tools so that all you have to do is click on the amount of time requested, 15, 30, 45 minutes, 60 minutes. And you would automatically have access to our calendars and a scheduling tool and availability. It would create a virtual bridge. I think that you've used, someone on your staff has used that for you at some point, Teresa.
Yeah, I
before.
think so.
Yeah, and so, and I know Marcy and team have access to that. So immediate availability at your fingertips based on your availability.
Perfect. Deborah?
Yeah, I think you both were kind of going where I was going, because if you look at the timeline between now and the end of phase 1, that is 6 to 9 months, which means we'd only get a briefing sort of right when you're in the implementation phase. So I would request, I think, from staff that we get an interim update, maybe after giving you some time to get moving, maybe 3 to 4 months, depending on what our board schedule looks like.
And even before that, you would get those 2x2s, so you would have those 2x2 deep dives well ahead of that.
And is the 2x2 different than the leadership assessment, and would the board be included in the leadership assessment?
Well, the board absolutely is included in that leadership assessment, because we will be talking to you one-on-one individually, as well as Marcy and other leaders in the organization. And then once those preliminary findings are ready to present, we would schedule those 2x2s right away. And so you would get those insights during those 2x2s, where we would present insight findings and recommendations. And then after we complete all of those, then you'd have that regular report to the board.
Okay, and did I just hear you say that you've already done the leadership assessment?
No. No, we've only put all of the all of the logistics. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
So
got it.
you all have to approve it before we do it.
Okay, and then one other just minor request of staff, well, hopefully it's minor, is some sort of email or push out to say, okay, if you want contact, go to monday.com, and just some instructions that are separate so that we're not digging for the information as we are trying to get an update on
You'll
what's
get a
happening.
whole
Okay.
separate communication copy.
Perfect.
That walks you through it
Okay.
and how you get help and all of that.
Great,
So
thank you.
that is the place where we literally will hold your hand and walk you through. And most people do it without problem, but if there's a problem, you could email my admin staff and say, hey, I couldn't figure this thing out to do it. And she'll call you and get on a Zoom call. We can do a click by click to make sure that you're in there. We even go a step further, that sometimes if people aren't familiar with monday.com and they don't know how to navigate it, we will do one-on-one tutorials with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Not quite sure how to phrase this as a question, but I very much appreciated your comments of making sure that we're coordinating with the work that Sherry and her team is doing. But I think we need more in terms of defining the roles and the responsibilities, not only to make sure that there's no confusion on the part of the board, but most particularly that as we start moving forward in these initiatives, that we do not confuse staff and our stakeholders as to who is doing what. And I'm sure you folks can get together and have those conversations, but I would feel better seeing something that has some clear language defined to it, that both your organization, Sherry, and her team are validating.
Yeah, and I can share that those conversations have been happening. We've had those conversations with Marcy and with Teresa and others. They are nodding their heads, where we did specifically delineate who's responsible for who, where, and what, so that there are these two parallel paths. I am the subject matter expert in service to the board. Sherry is the subject matter expert in service to the organization. We communicate, we partner, we sometimes may even collaborate. We share information, but Sherry is responsible for the diversity, equity, and inclusion programming for CalPERS as an organization, and me and my firm are responsible to the board.
Thank you.
So lastly, we'll look kind of at the proposed schedule and milestones, which I think this was mentioned earlier. Phase 1, we're targeting to begin interview findings and synthesis for the board Q3 of 2026. Phase 2, the program review and assessment, that target deliverable time frame is Q1 of 2027. Phase 3, the action plan and recommendations, that target window is Q2 of 2027, which is what we're calling the strategic planning window. And then finally, phase 4, which you'll notice is the longest of the phases, and that's truly just because it's that ongoing implementation, that sustainability piece, that's targeted 2027 and beyond.
Now, those are target dates. Those are not set in stone because we move within the timeline of the board and those folks with whom we engage. So that may be targets, but when we scope and come out with the actual calendar and plan for deliverables, that may pull out some because you can't do work when folks are not available. We know that folks on the board are busy, you have other lives and lots of other responsibilities outside of what we're bringing to the table. And sometimes it's necessary to move things so that we're operating within the rhythm of business for the board. And so that's always our goal. We don't want you to look up and say, oh my gosh, here they come. They need all of this stuff, but we have this thing that has happened and we're in the news, or there is this thing that has happened that we have to make some immediate decisions because of, and then all of the things that could happen. So our goal is to make sure that we align with the board, that we collaborate, that we are communicative early and often, that we function within the rhythm of business for the board. We have lots of time to do this work together. And we want to make sure that we pull it out and schedule it in the timeline that makes sense for the board to be able to participate fully to get the best outcomes and deliverables for the organization and for the community.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Are we done with the presentation?
Oh, go ahead.
We got more, right?
No,
Yeah.
we're
Oh.
done, Teresa.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, approve or adjust.
Okay, so what's the action for this would be approving the DE&I consultant services work plan. Do I have yes, ma'am?
I would like to make that motion unless we need to pause for public comment or anything.
I don't have any public comment.
Okay, so I'd be happy to make that motion to move ahead with option
A, I think
A.
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't, were there adjustments that we needed to make? Oh, okay, so modifying it just to have an interim meeting, but no modifications to the work plan other than that.
Okay, so does that work, Chanin?
Yeah, and if you look at the second bullet areas the board may wish to direct, frequency and format of board reporting quarterly was one of those things. So we would certainly be able to adapt.
Oh, so it doesn't actually change anything? It's just quarterly, semi-annually, or 6 months?
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go.
So option A is fine. as long as
Option A is
we're
fine then?
understood. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Yeah, but we still want one quarterly, pretty much, okay. So if that works, and then I need a second, seconded, so motion is made by Ms. Gallegos, seconded by Mr. Palkey. All those in favor say aye. To approve this work plan we just went over. You're welcome. All those in favor say aye. Okay, all those opposed? Any abstentions? All right, congratulations, thank you. We'll move ahead with the work plan. Thank you very much, ladies.
Thank you.
And Shannon, I would like to introduce you to the new me, so don't leave yet. The new me.
The new you?
Cecilia.
Oh, got it. The new you? Okay. I'm like, you had a personality change? Like, what?
I'm having a personality issue. All right, you guys. This completes our business for this year's Board of Administration and Executive Offsite meeting. On behalf of the entire board and executive team, I want to thank our team
our board services unit, our video guys and gals, and guests for the excellent presentations and for traveling to be with us. And you already did the round of applause, so there you go. I don't need to ask for it. Boy, there's another page here and I can't get to it. There we go. I'd also like to thank our stakeholders who joined us in person and online. And we appreciate that you make CalPERS business a priority. Don't forget, whoever's in the audience still, I can't really turn around. The next board meeting is set for September 14th through the 16th at our Sacramento headquarters. Please travel safely, everyone. It was a pleasure to be here with all of you. That was good.